a awesome day. We have CMOs, we have even a television star here with us today. So it's going to be an awesome day. Without further ado, I'm going to kick it off. So we are now welcoming our first session of the day. We're thrilled to be joined by Yumi Clevenger-Lee, the CMO of Nestle Waters. The session will be moderated by my brother, our CEO, Ryan Dietert. Welcome, guys. Everybody's on mute.
Hey guys. Hey Yumi.
Hello. Oh, good. I was having the panic moment that we all have. Like, is it working? Hi. So great to be here.
Great to see you, Yumi. Well, thanks, Chris. I'll kick you out of here so we can get down to
All right. Have a great.
Appreciate it. Yumi, is it Happy New Year still? Is that allowed to be said?
Absolutely. We're still in January.
Perfect. I love it. Well, Happy New Year. Talked to you since last year. I wanted to kick this right off the bat. I was, just kind of reminiscing about last year, some conversations we had with other, CMOs and presidents, and it is such a small media and CPG world. Now, I'd love to get your opinion on this. So we discussed this briefly, but I did some research. So you were at General Mills. We had Anton Vincent, president of Mars, also from General Mills, and you're now the CMO of Nestle Waters. Tell us about that journey from, all the places you've been to where you are today. Obviously, this is, one of the pinnacles as being a CMO of a major, Fortune 1000 company. How did you get there? And what's that like? What's that journey with everybody else that you've come across?
Well, first, I just want to say, thanks for having me. Super humbled to be, amongst all the different panelists and speakers that you've had. I've always enjoyed and learned so much from the others. So I'm really humbled to be part of this group and talking today. On your question, I would say for me, I've just had a really great experience in getting into an organization where I could learn the fundamentals of marketing. And I started my career with Anton. Actually, he was one of the most influential mentors I've had along my career in critical moments, where he would tell me the truth of your plan is not going to work, Yumi, and you need a different plan. So he was super blunt with me, and it was the kind of mentorship I needed. And but at General Mills, and there's many organizations that can offer this, it was a place where I could work on small brands, I could work on big brands, I could work on B2B, I could get very close on the customer side and really build up my commercial acumen. I had P&L responsibility. And I feel like for me, what really helped catapult into a bigger leader level position was taking some of the off the beaten path opportunities and roles that I was afforded at General Mills. So some of those examples was, on 1 week's notice, I packed up and moved my whole family to Canada to help in a business issue that they were having up there, and they just needed a quick talent that could come in and help solve an issue that they were having. And so there was a lot of reasons why that seemed like a stupid idea, because literally it was 1 week's notice, packed up the minivan, my husband, 2 kids, whatever fit in the minivan is what came with us, and just leaned into the unknown and the opportunity to try to help and do something different, and learning a lot along the way. And that really spurred for me a passion to get outside of the US market and to do more internationally. And from there, it led eventually to working in this joint venture with Nestle and General Mills, which is a joint venture called Cereal Partners Worldwide. And, worked in Switzerland as the head of innovation globally, but in such a tricky environment where it was 122 different markets that really didn't believe in innovation. And how do you navigate culture and actually really step up as a marketing leader to bring people along the journey and help people believe in something that they thought was broken and wouldn't work in the organization. And so, that was a really important move for me to help force me to grow up in a lot of ways and be really independent without any rules. There's no process. There's no kind of the structure of General Mills that you can get kind of comfortable in, and just reinvent, the role and impact I can have on the organization. And I feel like that was such a critical learning moment for me as a leader and as a marketer, that then, those kinds of experiences that are again, I think a little bit out of the traditional linear roles that you might take have really helped give me perspective, so that as I've stepped into a CMO role, I have more, a bigger variety of different experiences to tap into, to help me as I'm learning too, in this role.
Well, I love that. I think it's obviously a theme of CMOs, how they've innovated throughout their career, how they can find ways to apply that to their current business. I'd love to know how you're innovating and how you're kind of approaching, and also just educating those that are watching. Hundreds of thousands of people that tune into these things that are very specifically either in the CPG realm or in some form of brand marketing. Nestle Waters has the Pure Life brand. You also have 6 other regional brands. You've got all these different products. How are you innovating for multiple brands? How are you, and what does the Nestle Pure brand and essentially the overall portfolio look like for those that aren't familiar with your business?
So, currently in our portfolio, as of actually 2021, we have 8 brands in our portfolio, with also a really exciting project that we're working on for the not too distant future to add a new brand into the portfolio as well. And so hopefully in a different moment, I can tell you more about that. Right. But what I really appreciate about this portfolio that I have now is there is the national brands, and that's the part that many of us as marketers, we know how to work on national scale and how to blow those things out. What I love now also is in this portfolio, there are 6 regional brands. So depending on what part of the country you are in, maybe if you're in the Northeast, Poland Spring, it's $1 billion brand. But, in my hometown of Kansas City, where I grew up, it was all about Ice Mountain. And so what the regional brands do, it's a different level of marketing. It's a much more intimate level of marketing, because the regional brands are essentially local brands. And they are local brands that are really intimately connected into the communities, through job creation, all of the supply chain. You think, like an example is Ozarka brand. It's a brand that exists in Texas. It's a 115-year-old brand. It's 100% natural spring water, but it's water from Texas for Texans, everything big about Texas. And so we've really repositioned this brand in the last 2 years to celebrate the diverse traditions of Texans and get back to the roots of what the brand is about. And so we're able to do things like sponsoring the local drive-ins, especially during the pandemic. It's been, important to help people figure out how to entertain, or even in our TV communication, our campaign, can play on the insider jokes that only Texans would appreciate around the rivalry with, Texas and Oklahoma and these kinds of things. And so I love that in this current portfolio, there's the national scale, but I haven't worked on regional brands before this role. And so that has been really fun in terms of that really intimate connection with the communities and like the people that we serve.
Well, you mentioned communities, and we'd be remiss to not talk about 2020 and what happened with what's still happening with the pandemic. Insane amounts of supply issues for everybody, but obviously with you guys, the bottled water supply. How did you manage that? Is it? I have no context. Is it now back in kind of some sort of leveling off? Is there still future issues? Like, how have you talked? Because communities need this for a number of reasons. Obviously, to just get it in the store, but also just for clean water, for how families consume it. What's been the challenge, and what's the current status of
It has been a roller coaster. Like the supply chain team, I couldn't be more proud and blessed to work with the team that we do, because for anybody who's ever worked in supply chain, you want to plan, and then your whole job is to like execute the plan. And this year, the plan, for many industries, not only water, but it exploded. Sure. And, we hit this crazy high panic buy moment where the shelves were emptied. It was like panic, frantic buying, all the news headlines, as were like toilet paper and water, and you can't get either. So when that happened, just a bit of insight in the water category, it's actually a quite seasonal business. And so when the panic buy happened, it was pre-peak season. So we weren't, nobody in the water industry was running at full capacity, because that's not how the season usually flows out. And so it was a huge effort on the part of human resources and our supply chain team to ramp up at a very accelerated pace to then try to help fill that demand and restock the shelves. The good news, well, so then the bad part of the story. So then we had the peak, and then the roller coaster, has a down part. And then it was, hey, the pantries are loaded, the garages are loaded, trunks are loaded. There's like nowhere else for people to store water in their house. And so, very abruptly, everything stopped.
Oh, wow.
Which causes another, whiplash moment of like, hey, you just super accelerated staffing up to hit peak demand seasonality. And now actually you don't need to run the lines anymore because no one's buying, like no one's pulling it off the shelves.
Sure.
So, it was, in that moment, an important decision for us to make as a company that we weren't also whiplashing our associates and the help that, are the frontline employees that were still working through the pandemic in a factory environment, that we were protecting them and also doing right by them. So we found other things to keep them busy, like doing maintenance and different things, so that they weren't also experiencing any sort of whiplash of like, I'm working all this overtime and now I'm getting laid off, and then you're going to ask me to come back. We try to keep it more steady and also enable, our teams to, if they needed to quarantine or needed to do different things, that we had enough coverage that no one would feel pressure that you should be forced to work if you actually know you should be better off like caring for yourself or caring for your loved ones at home. So the good news is that the category is very resilient, and actually by, within 3 months, so by mid-June, the category had recovered back to pre-COVID norms. We're back, it's a growing category, so we're back to 5 to 6% more normal category growth. And, we got ahead a bit this year in terms of anticipating if there would be like a second panic buy moment, because none of us knew how this was going to play out, that we were just ahead of the curve in terms of just planning and being agile so that we weren't caught in the moment again of like the, whiplash of the up and down. And so I give a ton of credit to our supply chain organization, but also to the marketing organization for really keeping a pulse on what's happening, what's motivating, how long do we think it's, going on for us? Is this a permanent behavior that's going to last, and all of the insights that come along with it to help drive the business decisions we are making.
The whiplash is a good word for it. But I do want, so I want to kind of dive a little bit deeper. So when everyone thinks of bottled water, I might think of just like the actual Nestle Pure, just the regular drinking water. The Pellegrino side, the premium water, it's so inexorably tied to the dining experience. People get a lot. I know they drink it at home as well, but it's always kind of part of that piece. Tell me more about, I assume similar kind of whiplash there as well. And then for places like LA, we're still, until I've heard some rumblings, it might open up soon again. But for now, we're still no restaurants, at least from a dining experience.
Yeah.
Tell us about how you've looked at that. And also, I think the James Beard Foundation you guys put together is tremendous in terms of how you can basically help that community stay afloat. So when it does come back, your product's available, and it's a great kind of symbiotic thing you guys put together.
Yeah. I would just start by saying, I think in the midst of COVID and, in that moment that we all face as marketers at every level of every single organization, I think across the industry, we did the best work that we have, done in a very long time collectively as a marketing force for good, for growth. I am so proud of how our industry showed up. And I feel the same, on San Pellegrino and the Nestle Waters marketing team as well. It really forced us to have that moment of pause and reflection of tuning in of like, what do people need right now? And how can I get back to the purpose of my brand and lean in and help in a way that's authentic? And so in the case of San Pellegrino, on that example, it was really, listening to consumers. There was tons of chatter happening, especially, everywhere, but also on social media about people really concerned about their local restaurants, their local independent restaurants that were closing, the 7 million restaurant employees that were displaced essentially overnight, and what was going to happen. And so we have a long-standing partnership with the James Beard Foundation. The roots of San Pellegrino has always been about meal pairing. So there's been this long-standing relationship there. And together we created the Restaurant Relief Fund. And to get it started, we donated $1 million towards the Restaurant Relief Fund. And the intention was to create micro grants for independent restaurants in need. And then, like many in the industry, we redirected all of our media, away from the awesome commercials that we had planned, and redirected it to point people in the direction to also help the James Beard Restaurant Relief Fund. And so through that, we actually raised an additional $5 million, $4.7 million to be more precise, for the fund. And in many cases, it was just like a restaurant asking for, hey, I need $2,000, or it was really truly micro grants. And the number of independent restaurants we were able to help was really tremendous. Now I know that it continues, and it's continued for a lot longer than I think for sure myself anticipated that it would. And I'm just really proud that we're like doing our part in an authentic way to help how we can, because and the consumers told us, and it's so true, but a lot of these restaurants are the heart and soul of these local communities. So we want to see as many of them survive it and come back even stronger when all of this pandemic business is behind us.
Well, kudos to you, and knock on wood that we're only 6 months or 8 months or 9 months away from a larger immunity to this.
Yeah.
So we talked about you helping communities, and the outward, and the symbiotic relationship between you and the restaurants. Also, I mean, I think a lot of people have felt this. I felt this even in Influential. We're a 120-person company, a fraction of you guys are, but there's the internal help. It's looking inward as well as outward. You guys, I heard you guys have created a series internally called Courageous Conversations, which talks about equality in the workplace. And obviously, it's always been an issue, but it came to a head, I think last summer, and how obviously it extends into now. So I'd love to know more about what that is, also, and what role you have in, if it's led by individual teams, but if it's a top-down scenario. For those listening, how they can take this and apply it to their, whether it's D&I business or whatever part of their company makes sense.
Yeah. Courageous Conversations. It's a program that started from a really authentic place of people seeking to understand, obviously triggered by the tragedies, George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and, unfortunately too many other names to capture them all. And that's kind of the point. And so as a marketing team, if this is a Courageous Conversations, is focused really in marketing, how we wanted to band together as a group and turn this into something good, and make sure that this wasn't a headline that we would soon forget, but that there's an ongoing conversation and ongoing work that we need to do as a team. And so it really started with the marketing team wanting to get more educated, wanting to develop better empathy and gain perspective. And the most critical part of this is that they were looking for a safe and trusting environment in which they could ask questions, in which they could hear other people's perspectives and share their own perspectives. And what's so interesting is that for most of the group, throughout their professional careers, they really felt that talking about race in the workplace was dangerous to do. It's a topic you don't talk about, just like politics. And in fact, what we've all come to realize, and we acknowledge and we embrace it, is that the danger actually comes in not talking about it. And so the role I wanted to play, so I sponsor the series called Courageous Conversations, but it's really led by our associates. And our kickoff series was a pretty bold one. It was called What It Feels Like to Be Black in America. And it was actually one of our consumer insights managers who led the conversation. She gave a very personal and very raw testimonial of what her experience has been. And I think, the vulnerability to show up that way in such an honest, authentic way really disarmed everybody to listen, know that other people's experiences are different than your own, and validate that. And you know, as a result, I feel like we're asking such better questions in our work as professionals as well, because to be really great marketers, at the core of it is insight and empathy. And so I think we ask much better questions. We ask different questions than we did before. And then certainly on a personal growth level, I think everybody is on their own journey, you know, to have an awakening or realization in every different aspect of this, you know, towards white people, towards Black people, the whole thing,
Sure.
just gaining different perspective than we did before we started this series. So it's been really successful. I encourage everybody, you know, listening. It is uncomfortable, and the best gift we can give ourselves is to embrace the discomfort and lean into it and help ourselves and help our teams figure out how to grow through it.
Well, I love it. Obviously, difficult conversations are the best ones, the ones that make us think and critical think and also empathize. Obviously, we don't have the breadth of size you guys do. We had some of those discussions. I know from us, my personal experience, we leaned in a lot on, which I think was a unifying kind of front. It definitely lended itself to this idea, but we partner with Rock the Vote. And whether you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, whatever it is, the idea is that everyone, all races, all creeds, are able to express their voice politically about what is the future of this country. And I think I remember that was a big unifying moment for us in a small organization, like 100 plus or minus last year. And the ability to actually, you know, not just talk about these discussions about politics and race and things of that nature, but actually do something about it. So we actually had a number of influencers post in places that needed to get the vote out. And again, whether it was whatever you're voting for, it didn't matter. Just the fact that conversation was happening, your voice was heard. So kudos to you guys.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm just, you know, again, proud of the industry, of how people are really humanizing our work experience through the pandemic, through our social, you know, crisis that was, the awareness was heightened this summer, but needs to continue on. Just the way that leaders have stepped up at every level of the organization to lean in and just humanize the work and humanize the experiences working in a corporate environment. It makes work more enjoyable, and you know, and I think accelerates the growth of all of us as leaders, but as people too. And how cool is that you can blend the two, you know, in a work way.
I love it. Well, let's switch gears and talk about the work. So now that everyone, let's recap. So we look through the you know, the pandemic, the supply issue. We talk about, you know, what are the ways we can help the community, what we can help internally as a company. Now outwardly, what is it you're putting out to the world? You said before you had all these beautiful commercials that were set for 2020. Do these get scrapped? Do they repurposed? Are you putting more on digital? Are you putting more on social? I guess what's your media mix and what happens to all that content and plans you had, you know, in Q1 of last year?
Yeah, so our media mix, you know, really truly for 2021, I'll just share it with the group because maybe it's helpful for someone. We spend about 40% of our budget on TV, another 40% on digital social, and about 20% on search and e-commerce. Mm-hmm. And what's interesting is actually when I joined the organization in 2018, prior to that, the company had shifted 100% towards digital. Our digital social. And I think, in my opinion, we shifted way too far. And so maybe it's like against the tide to kind of bring it back and bring TV back into the mix. But it's really dependent on your category, and there is no one size fits all solution. It really depends on your category and what your role is in the category. So in the case of water, bottled water is 85% household penetration. So it's everywhere, pretty much in almost every household. And so there's a really big role that TV can play when you have a category with such high household penetration. And then if you think about our own business, we have Nestle Pure Life. It's the largest, you know, national brand out in the marketplace, and we only have an 18% household penetration. So there's a ton of runway, you know, to get households to have that top of mind brand awareness for this brand. And so TV plays a really big role. We get incredible, you know, return on ad spend and all of that stuff. And it has its role, but I also recognize it's one-way communication. And we are beyond that. So it can't be 100% TV either. And we know that, social is where the engagement and the meaningful connections can happen and where the two-way interaction can happen. And it's where we can be very agile and really in the moment of like right now, what's happening and what should we say right now. And so, my belief and what we talk a lot about at Nestle Waters is building brands that matter. And the magic part of that is when you can create that emotional connection with consumers. And so, social is where that magic can take place more so than like a TV spot. So, social, digital, and even like experiential stuff we're doing, like I was talking about, like the drive-in, movie theaters and things like that we do. That's how we can also show up with the values. And the values that are demonstrating through the actions that we take. And that's what consumers will fall in love with is, having values that align to their own. So there's a role for all of it. I don't believe that, anything should be 100%, and it really is about finding that right mix, but it really depends on your category and then what your brand role is within that to make the right, media mix decision. I was going to say one other thing. Sorry, I was just thinking. The other thing I was going to put a huge plug in for is package design. So package design, I know it's not media mix, but it is the number one communication vehicle that every single brand owner has, regardless of what your budget is. So, never underestimate how hard your package design can work for you as your number one, most hardest working communication vehicle. That's way more important than your TV spot and way more important, than your social content or your e-commerce strategy, in my opinion.
Well, it's the emotive connection. So at the point of sale, that color scheme, that message, that something grabs you. So I guess, would you say that packaging is like a lower funnel media to some degree?
Totally, 100%.
Yeah.
And it is where like, it's very intimate. This is what you're like holding. It's what you're putting, you're like drinking from. This is where the intimacy happens. It's tactile. So I do think that it's like the unforgotten billboard that everybody can afford, no matter how big or small your brand might be.
Well, so let's deep a little deeper. So obviously the standard, everyone knows the CMO speak and all marketing speak of like lower funnel, middle funnel, upper funnel. Do you basically build out with your team like my upper funnel is TV, my middle funnel for consideration is social, is digital, lower funnel obviously experiential, maybe retail markets with like different retailers like Albertsons or that. Is that how you build out your kind of plan, or does everything have every level of funnels, every single medium have a lower, middle, and high funnel, top funnel?
I would say, I think by branded, there might be some nuances in here, but if I were to make a more general statement, I would say we are using more the different vehicles as the different stages of the funnel versus within the media vehicle that we're trying to hit all the different funnels. Now, you can argue it both ways, but I would say we more think about it like, okay, TV is doing this job for us. Here's the reach. Now, how do you get continuity and fill in maybe with some digital where we can't reach consumers? And then what is the social engagement aspect that helps us, connect lower funnel to convert the purpose or convert to purchase? And then I would say just transparently where I feel like we have more work to do. And also I feel like where the industry hasn't evolved it enough, and I'm part of that, is just in like shopper marketing. I feel like we haven't cracked the code yet on how to do really great brand work in shopper marketing. And I think it's just like across the industry, we haven't maybe prioritized it so much in the past, but it's such a critical or potentially powerful element if we could figure out how to do that super well. The battle happens in store. We do all the stuff, right, to get it in people's mindset, get in the consideration set, get on the list, and then you get to the shelf and what happens. And that's where the power of your package is so critical. But I think, shopper marketing is like an untapped opportunity that collectively as an industry, there's very few examples I can point to where I feel like they do it really, really well.
And I love shopper marketing discussions because it's while we do everything from big branding campaigns to hyper specific, lower funnel, local campaigns. Shopper marketing, it feels very local, like you mentioned, in terms of people in stores. I live in LA. There's only like 3 or 4 stores I'm going to go to, certain retailers. I'd love to kind of dive into there. Obviously, this is an influencer marketing, age of influence type day of programming. What is your current POV as the CMO? Is it celebrity? Do you have local hometown heroes? Moms and dads that are have family units. Like, how do you think about who can be your ambassadors and how important it is to that 40% of digital and social? Is that a fractional piece? Is it a big piece? Kind of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it depends so much on the brand. And so I go back again to like what's most authentic for the brand. So I'm a water person, so like all these waters are like half drunk, like all over my desk here. But like this is a new brand or innovation that we launched called Nestle Pure Life Plus. And so the hero, influencer for this is like everyday moms, everyday dads who are like, heroing through their challenging obstacles with their families. But then, for example, we just launched a really exciting new collaboration for Poland Spring Origin, which is this guy here with Patrick Dempsey. And it's such a great partnership.
Is he in a medical smock? He's
not. He's as handsome as ever, and he's Patrick at his best. But we just premiered this partnership on Good Morning America 2 weeks ago. The new TV campaign just started airing on Monday this week. It's called My Origin, so look it up if you haven't seen it yet. And if I tell you a little bit about the brand, it makes really great sense of like why Patrick would be the perfect fit to have this partnership with. So Poland Spring Origin, it's a premium brand. It's 100% natural spring water from Maine, single source and sustainably sourced from a place called White Cedar Spring. It's filtered through 10,000-year-old glacial aquifers, and then it picks up these, like the natural electrolytes from the aquifers, and then it gives it this really distinct taste. And my dirty little secret that I, can't talk about at Nestle Waters, but before I joined Nestle Waters, I used to think that Fiji was like the best, premium water on the marketplace. And I'll tell you that Poland Spring Origin has it beat. Like it just is, like there is actually a difference in waters. You've probably never paid attention to it before, but now I'm like hypersensitive and aware of all of this. Anyways, the point is it's really great tasting water. And it's also like created from a very sustainably conscious place. So it's the first national brand to be made 100% from other bottles. So it's 100% recycled plastic. It's the first in the industry of any sort of scale to do that and to pull off that achievement. And then if you think of how does that marry up with Patrick? Well, Patrick Dempsey, he's from Maine. So for him, it's like going back to his origin. He really embodies the values of Maine, as does the brand, which is really about seeing that nature is a grounding force to help like reground you in your life and help you renew. And then just this joint passion around sustainability. And so what I love is that Patrick talks about this as a passion project versus like it coming across as a product pitch. And the reason why he's able to do that is because it's really coming from an authentic place in terms of why he loves the brand. It's from his home state. It's kind of coming back to home for him. And it's a water that he grew up with in his childhood that he can identify with and like help push out to the rest of the US. So my point is like on influencers, I think you just have to be really authentic to the brand, and influencers work the best when it is authentic, like finding a Patrick Dempsey that fits with the Poland Spring Origin versus if you try to force, like, I just want the big name, but the values of the person and the brand aren't congruent. I think that it's wasted dollars, and it gets really confusing for consumers of like, I don't understand why these two are working together.
Well, it's very sage advice. Chris, are you playing us off? I thought we had 10 more minutes.
there's a new methodology, I guess, now that they just throw me on. So I'm not exactly sure. I don't know. I mean, I think we're supposed to, well, no, actually it has been, no, I think they are off. I think you guys get 10 more minutes. So Isabel team, if you can hear me, play me off and let him ask some questions.
Yeah,
This is also a scary part of this technology of like your camera comes on and you don't get to have control over it.
There you go. Name's gone. Okay, perfect. Well, yeah, 'cause we have so many more questions from the crowd. So I have more questions, but I mean, that was an amazing kind of insight into your mind and how a CMO looks at the cost benefit analysis of celebrity or influence and the origin and the ability to drive impressions, but emotive impressions. So I'd love to. I haven't even looked at them. Let me look real quick at some of the Q&A. A bunch of them came through. Actually, this is a good question. So from the audience, I know there's not a namesake, but a good question. What can heritage brands learn from newer digital-first brands when it comes to authentically marketing to Gen Z? So, do you guys think about Gen Z? Obviously, you guys are all ages. It's water. Everyone has, everyone drinks water. But I think of it as I buy it as a grown-up. My mom bought it for me as a kid. But do you try to market to the 13 to 18 plus?
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'll give you a specific example. I think this might be helpful for whoever it is that maybe asked the question. So we have a brand called Nestle Splash, and it's a super flavor forward brand. It's been around for a really long time. And one of the insights that we've uncovered this year actually is a lot of people who are, the champions, like lovers of this brand. One, they drink a lot of it, and two, they love like the throwback or nostalgia. And so the connection for me is, I think, my kids are in this, I do have 4 kids, by the way, so that might be a different set of questions, but they're on TikTok, all day, every day, all day long, and sucking me into like getting into it, like the dancing and stuff. So it's a super fun platform. But they always come up with these songs that they're like dancing to or singing to. And I'm like, that's not your song. That's from my generation. Like, that's my song. I grew up with that in high school. Like, you're claiming it as yours, but it's reinvented because it started in my generation.
Stevie Nicks and Ocean Spray. I mean, that's a throwback. It's amazing.
Totally, 100%. Yeah. And so what I love, like on the Splash example, is they're going down. I mean, it's the new campaign. You'll see it launch later this year called Splash Dance. And so it's like a super fun way to celebrate, the fruity, fun flavors of Splash. But the whole context and surround of it is like the throwback. And then, having a platform with TikTok in different ways to like bring it to life. So I think it's like a great mashup of like staying authentic to what the brand is about, and to your core consumers who are, in love with nostalgia, but using that as a means to hook in a younger generation who also maybe they don't even realize it's the nostalgia that they like because they think that they invented it themselves, but pulling that younger generation in together along with it. So that might be one, just hopefully a tangible example of how you can mash up, heritage with also capturing interest from newer, younger consumers too.
That's great. It's kind of mixing the best of both worlds. Another cool question. So this is a question for you as a leader, and how kind of maybe some of the people that are on the phone, how they can apply to their business. As leaders, you're always developing your abilities. What skills would you like your marketing team to develop this year? So is there some sort of curriculum or things you're hoping that they pick up? They may already have them, but is there things that you're trying to instill on them?
So thanks for the question. So actually, we just kicked off our, or I declared earlier this week with the marketing organization, our 2021 ambition. So every year I have a big platform is like, what is the thing that marketing we're going to do better than we did ever before? And like, what's the new platform? So the platform for 2021 is really about elevating our focus to continue to put humans back at the center of our craft. And of course, marketing, I joined to be a marketer. I was attracted to being marketing in the first place. because I wanted to help make people's lives better. And I think over time, with the demands on marketing to run the P&L, to, be holistic margin managers, to drive innovation, to do all of the many, like lead the supply chain conversations, run the projects, like all of these things that we do as general managers as well, I believe we've lost that human touch of, who is it for? And what I love, what I'm sharing, at the beginning is in the pandemic, we proved to ourselves that we know how to do this. It's like getting back to what do people need. And so for 2021, the whole thing, our learning agenda as an organization is all about empathy and how do we get even deeper, richer insights than what we're doing today, and kind of packaging up this year's program as marketing for humans, and just going to have that really front and center of who's it for, why, what do they need, how are you helping them, how are you making their lives better, to really help us elevate, across all of the funnels into even shopper marketing, like how are we showing up in a way with a really authentic and sincere human touch to what we're doing.
I love it. And it's one of those things where out of tragedy or out of hardship, we look at our lives and look at the organizations, and just like you just talked about it now, like even in our smaller company, just the constant communication, the desire to build up curriculums and find ways to support people. It changes everything. It makes you a better company, gets you more streamlined, it gets you more effective in everything you do. So I think what you're describing applies to everybody here. We have 2 minutes, 4 minutes left. Pursuant to what you just said, I'd love, because one of the questions came in from another person, was when you are marketing and you're talking about the human element, the empathy piece, how is the sustainability, how is the kind of ecological, or just essentially the giving back kind of focus apply into your marketing? Is that does everything have to be like with food, it has to be organic. With you guys, it has to be sustainable. It has to be that. How important is that to your focus for 2021 and in the future?
It's a huge focus. And I believe, in the past, sustainability used to be seen as more as a good corporate thing to do. And my belief is that it's so much more than that. It is a good corporate thing to do. Yes, it's a good social thing to do, but also it is something that can provide fierce competitive advantage in the marketplace. And so for me, this is, where the whole premise, if you've heard other leaders talking about it, of, what's good for the greater good and what's good for growth. And this is for me, like the perfect example of that. So, for years, we've been laying the foundation for sustainability across water stewardship and materials beyond plastic and getting to recycle plastic. A lot of different levers, and also like kind of this community relationship part I was talking about. And what's exciting is in 2021, we have our first consumer facing campaign that will come out on our regional brands called Made Better. And I believe that this is a way for us to share the journey that we're on in a really transparent way, and attract the 40% of consumers who are telling us, I'm going to switch bottled water brands to the brands that align with my sustainability values. And so exciting that we're going to finally kind of package up a lot of the good that we do and share it with consumers, and then also be very transparent in our roadmap and our journey and progress that we're making towards eliminating the use of virgin plastic by 2030. The other thing I wanted to mention here is also, there are like plastic pollution is a big issue. Obviously, being the bottled water category, it's a really big issue, and it's really personal for me as well. And so I've, been learning this lesson of like, yes, as an influencer and leader in Nestle, I need to influence the decisions that we're making across the supply chain. But I also need to reach out to the competitors and find a way for radical collaboration to do things together that are too big to tackle alone. And so, the short story of it is we're, partnering with Niagara, we're partnering with ABA, who represents Coke and Pepsi, and we're developing it's almost actually done, probably by the end of this week, a PSA that's really about inspiring consumers to recycle their bottles. And so, sustainability is a really personal topic to me, and something I'm incredibly passionate about, and something that, as I've been growing into the role that I'm in as a CMO, is to leverage the privileged position that I have to influence on this topic with consumers, but also internally, with the decisions and choices that we're making in the executive room, that can have a really positive impact on our planet, if we make different choices.
Sage advice. I think everyone listening is better for this, and hopefully can apply some of that to their own business. Chris, now you're here at the right time, so feel free to take it over from here.
Yes, actually, before you do go, Yumi, I have a question for you. I am a water snob myself. It's funny because it's sort of like wine. There's like the whole mouthfeel thing and like ratings and stuff like that. I'm wondering, and by the way, we're from Florida, so we're Zephyr Hills boys.
Okay, yep, love it.
So question for you, what is your thought on water ionization and like the deionized waters and the pH? Do you take a lot of stock in that, or do you think it's all marketing hype?
It's actually just brilliant marketing. So give kudos to the marketers who are marketing it. But personally, I think a lot of it is gimmicky, and I think it will come in, like those are things they do work for a period of time, but I also think that they go out of fashion too. Versus, in my opinion, this is a competitive side coming out of me, of like, versus things like 100% natural spring water. I don't see a time in our future ever where that goes out of fashion, as long as we are being, responsible and sustainable of how we're, caring for the springs themselves. So, nothing beats, natural versus like all of the processed, added special treatments and these things. I think people will catch on that, what are they actually saying here? And then they'll find that there's not a lot of substance in it.
So would you say it's unlikely that Nestle Waters will get into the pH arms race?
I would say it's unlikely.
Okay, fair enough. Well, Yumi, Clevenger, Lee, amazing session. Ryan, thank you guys so much. That was very, very insightful. So we are going to move on. Thank you guys both so much.
Thanks,
Thank
Yumi.
you.
Bye, guys.
All right. So for our next session, we have Jana Rohnert, the founder of Image Skincare, and she is going to be interviewed by our very own Jeff Weber, the director of sales here at Influential. Welcome to the stage, Jana and Jeff.
Hi, guys. How are you? Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Looking forward to a fantastic conversation.
I'll let you take it away.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Hi, everyone. Nice to speak with you today. Excited to have a conversation. We are speaking with a young woman who was born on a farm in rural Nebraska, the founder of Image Skincare, Jana Rohnert. She founded Image Skincare out of her apartment. Jana, let's kind of kick it off with, provide us some kind of context, kind of how you arrived here today with Image Skincare. Walk us through kind of your founder's journey and how the brand has evolved over time.
Good. Well, thanks, Jeff. Nice to see you. And look, growing up on a farm in Nebraska, I don't think that was my goal, to probably be the founder of a global skincare brand. So it probably wasn't a beauty stepping stone, right? But I think the stepping stone as an entrepreneur was to really learn a lot of the foundational and kind of values associated with, founding something. And for me, my passion has always been skincare. So I am an esthetician, in addition to having a marketing background. And, it's funny, my journey started with my own skin struggle. And I had a condition which is a lot of redness called rosacea. And being in the business, I could not find a product that could solve my own skin issue. So I decided to create some products that I thought could help myself, and also maybe create products to help people around the globe. So it's turned out pretty good. The evolution in 2003, founded the company. And like you said, I was living in Houston, Texas at the time in a small apartment, and very small budget, very small team, team of 2 people, myself and an assistant, and just have this passion to develop a great, believe it or not, global brand, even at that point, and to provide, great effective skincare products. So it's grown over the past, what is it now, 18 years. And I think we're in over 60 countries, and we have over 30,000 customers in the US. And I think even growing up on the farm, though, it takes a lot of people to have a good crop and to run a farm. And I'm here with you today, but it's really the people behind the scenes that aren't on camera today are really the warriors and really are the secret sauce to our success.
That's fantastic. I've talked to a lot of kind of entrepreneurs in my time. I've been one myself. It seems like almost every single entrepreneur has had some sort of mentor or a piece of advice that's kind of like stuck with them, that's been a part of them and they go back to, along their entrepreneurial journey. What's the best piece of advice that you've kind of received in your career?
Wow. I mean, I've had so many, but I think the one that sticks with me, and in fact, you guys can't see it, but I have a big painting that my husband actually painted for my 50th birthday. The quote that my father taught me and all of my sisters, that the lazy are never lucky. And there's not a lot of luck in this world if you're going to be lazy. So I think hard work was the key takeaway. It's interesting. My father would have been 90 today. It's his birthday, and he passed away a year ago. So
I'm sorry to hear that. But
no, it's just kind of an emotional day that here we're talking about, I'm here on this panel, and, you asked me who my mentor was, and it's interesting how life changes and kind of comes full circle for the things that and
Yeah.
I think another piece of advice that I got about 3 years ago from a very mega superstar Hollywood lady that I got to know, and she just said, "You are enough." And I think, as a female and whatever business you're in, and if you're married and you have kids, and you never kind of feel like you're enough. And I think from then I just realized that other people don't define who you are. You just have to be enough and kind of believe in yourself. So that was a good recent piece that I got, and that's really stuck with me.
That's a solid piece of advice. And obviously it's been probably a rough year losing your father. But in order for us to talk kind of about the future, I think it's hard for us to not talk about what the past 12 months have been. We talk about changes in life for brands and everything. There's been both a lot of bad things have happened to many people, including for brands, right? So there's also a piece of advice that I've always gotten was there's always something good that comes out of bad situations, right? As long as you look for it, you have to find it. But you have 30,000 US customers, like you said, you're in 60 countries. So the last 12 months was really kind of a global response for you. It was a global challenge for you to try to handle, not just here in the US. So tell me how Image kind of chose to respond to what challenges you faced kind of during leading up to the pandemic, and obviously during the pandemic. Talk to us a little bit about that for us.
Yeah. So, I mean, gosh, what a shock, right, to the entire world.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've seen pandemics before in specific parts of the country, but certainly never like a global lockdown, And I'm married to a German, and so we spend a lot of time in Europe and do a lot of business in Europe. So it was a shock to all of us. But I think that, because of what I think is important from a marketing standpoint, and to answer that is, a strong culture has been the kicker to our success. we have a team that is super passionate about what we do. We know one another, we trust one another. And I think coupled with that, then to have this pandemic, and immediately we all were working remotely. So we went from many hundreds of people seeing a day to all of a sudden, you're in your home office. And, we pivoted really, really well as a company. We came together, we stuck together. And I think if you don't have that strong corporate culture, when a pandemic or, the typhoon or the hurricane comes, I think it kind of blows down the foundation. But for us, oddly enough, I can't think of when our company has been humming any better, And I think it's also so interesting that when you grow a global brand, there's a lot of times just a few, maybe your executive team or your management that are kind of in the spotlight, that are kind of in front of the camera or at those important meetings. But what we found is the inclusion of everyone in these meetings now has just been such a breath of fresh air to put the spotlight on people that maybe you didn't know had this incredible talent or this incredible opportunity to add value to the company. So I think that's been a part of the pivot. And we went immediately digital. I think you asked the question of how did you respond? We really went incredibly digital. And because we play in that professional channel of skincare, mostly B2B is kind of where the heart of our company is. We just took that and our marketing team ran with it. They did an incredible job of putting together this program that we called Age Later. That's kind of our tagline, right? Age Later virtual program. And we taught our estheticians and even physicians and nurses and people that, carry our brand how to do a virtual consult. And so, you're usually going into your esthetician or your physician and talking about wrinkles and spots and blemishes. And now we taught those people how to do what we're doing, without a filter, no filter. You got to look at it direct. So if I had a consult with you, what was very cool is then you called our company and our company shipped that product to you by the esthetician. So we always continually kept our professional kind of in the loop. We also kind of helped them from a business standpoint, because like you said, we've never dealt with this before. And certainly our customers had never dealt with a pandemic. So we knew at different times in the world, things were going to open, and then we found things shut, and then they opened, and then they shut. But we taught and we educated our customers. How do you reopen? What's your playbook? We helped them with that playbook. We kind of just taught them all the things that we knew, and we cascaded that information down. So we were it was kind of teach the teacher. Yeah. And it's been very well received by our professionals. They were very happy that we kept them at the top of the mountain, not at the bottom.
That makes sense. It's interesting because you kind of have two messages, right? Obviously to the kind of the professional arena, but then also ultimately the consumer that is buying your product. And, obviously over the last 12 months, what we've seen is that audience, who are used to buying from that professional, their needs have changed, over the last years. They were sheltered in place, right? They were home. They're yearning for kind of content at all times. So we saw, an increase in people spending more and more time on screens. In fact, over 70% more on screens, right? So your move to digital, to your point, was incredibly intelligent, right? We also saw that, there was an increase in social mentions around skincare. It doubled as compared to pre-pandemic levels. So people are asking questions or talking about skincare. It's particularly what we saw from those mentions is people were talking about the fact that there was closures and they're from their facial proprietor, if you will, right? So they're yearning to get back into the place. But then there's also this kind of, they're receiving so much content that they're looking for, like, all right, I either want to be entertained, make me laugh because
Yep.
I'm in a global pandemic and I'm home, or I'm going to spend my time learning about something. So the education piece, like you talked about,
Yep.
for the professionals is great, but also for that end consumer, they're yearning for one of those two things. You know, the brands really had a choice of one approach or the other, maybe even both. But the brands that understood, you know, what customers were kind of going through, acknowledged it, and really messaged and delivered that message kind of with empathy, really built a really strong brand bond, if you will. You know, there's always something that good can come out of bad situations. This was a great opportunity for brands. So how did Image Skincare kind of choose to respond to those changing customer needs? You know, as people are sitting in front of their screens all day and trying to get content, they're more distracted, need to develop some better content. You know, how have those needs shifted? And do you think that there's, you know, how do you predict any changes in the future?
I think that's a really interesting question. And, you know, we pivoted solely to the learning portion of it, because education, you know, I know when I first started educating, I think my first class, I had a whopping 3 people. And one was a friend of somebody who was at the training. So now we've got thousands at our training. So it's good. But I think that be able to educate online and bring all types of customers, consumers, professionals, into the education realm of what is possible with your skin, what are the solutions. And so, because people were really connected to their phone, but they were really hungry for all of that information. And then we put together a really interesting newsletter that talked about, you know, things that were probably not so true in skincare versus the things that were true, kind of, you know, like a reality check of what you should buy or what you should not buy. And you know, it's weird. I never thought that we'd be dealing with a maskne issue, right? I mean, all those issues with the mask and acne and irritation and what do I use and how do I get rid of it? And so that's where we kind of brought the fun into it, of doing a lot of challenges of masks and what you can use. And you know, it's weird because we then got this new generation, because, you know, like my kids who are 11, I have twins, they're wearing a mask all day. And young kids also get acne. So we were able to kind of shift and pivot maybe on TikTok or some other more interesting platforms that the younger generation, you know, is watching. And then the other interesting thing is we've incorporated some ingredients that prevent against blue light. And we did this even before the pandemic, but now, like, I've got a ring light on. I don't know if you do, but we're in a lot of this light anymore, and also our screen. So we did a lot of education around what is blue light, how can you prevent it, what should you wear topically every day to prevent it. So I think the bottom line is just education. We did a ton of webinars and Instagram Live. We were just on every platform to really educate the consumer on the reality of great skincare. So it was actually really fun. You know, I think we also learned that we were very nimble and very quick to be adaptive. And that's when you have we have such a broad diversity of people who work for our company, which is very cool. From 20s that get it up to me, who's in my 50s and beyond. But I think when you've got a diverse team, you have so many different views that it's served us really well to have such a diverse team of people who, you know, understand and know skin.
Yeah, that diversity is obviously incredibly important. And you guys, to your point, you've been nimble, you've been agile. It's really the only way that brands could survive, you know, the last 12 years. You know, so what are some of the changes, you know, that you made? You know, do you feel like now, because you've gone through this, your company is now stronger and better? are you better off and poised for any sort of disruptions that could either continue or kind of come down the future? And what did you learn about in this process?
No, I think we're 100% a better company. I think that the most important thing is I think people know one another much better. When you can connect to your entire team every day and not be interrupted by different things in the office, working in an office, how it is. I think we're definitely a better team. Our theme for 2021 is unstoppable. And I think that's what we've all learned is we all had just a little extra gas in the gas tank that we just didn't know that we had. And I think that what we've learned is through all of this social and digital shift is we're much better listeners. We listen to social media more. We listen to our customers more. We have a chance to listen to our global partners more. Because it's easy to get, all of the EU on one call, whereas before it took months to coordinate. Somebody had to fly, like in your business.
Yeah.
So I think we've been able to focus more on really interesting content and to really measure that by what our customers and what the audience wants. And if they don't like it, we just shift to something else. So we've just pivoted very quickly in that way. And I think if you can be more customizable and quick in being customizable, I think that's what we probably learned the most in this process.
Right. I mean, you're right. Like listening is the most important thing for a brand, right? If you're not listening to your customers and it's all about you're
Totally.
never going to have a connection with your customers, right? And if you want long-term customer value, you need to really form that connection. You talked a little bit about like getting all the EU together in one call. Things have changed. That's an innovative way to kind of continue to build your kind of go-to-market strategy. And innovation comes in a multitude of different ways. It can come from product, it can come from here, it can come from there. But Image Skincare is a professional skincare company, as you mentioned, with professional type products as the main distribution channel. But it is a very positive differentiating factor for you guys. So I can imagine it was pretty challenging to kind of maintain your brand positioning where you currently sit, right? And maintain that kind of share of voice with consumers that are unable to kind of get in the door of those practitioners. But what our data has shown, which I'm sure you'll find interesting, is that there's been the search index for image skincare has increased 18%, right? Purchase intent for image skincare has grown, almost 8 percentage points, since the pandemic. So whatever it is that you are doing, you're doing a great job. Okay.
Thank you.
So whatever you're innovating around is definitely working. We have the data to prove that. So in what ways has Image Skincare kind of innovated in terms of like this go-to-market strategy, distribution and marketing? What has changed as far as kind of that marketing strategy? You mentioned TikTok earlier. Did you decide to leverage new platforms? You spoke a lot about social and investing in that and digital as well. Are you moving a lot more money towards the digital aspect and continuing that down the road as you did during the pandemic?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, we've always had a go-to-market strategy on a monthly basis. But mostly, which all of it has shifted to kind of that digitally first focused.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we've just more enhanced and accelerated what we've done. And I think that we've also tried to help our professionals also embrace this world.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they're successful, we're successful.
Right.
And if we can teach them the tips, the tricks, the ideas, because we deal with a wide range of customers, from a single esthetician, which is maybe even a home business,
Mm-hmm.
up to very, very large multi-chain plastic surgery businesses. And I think our approach is we don't leave any skin behind. So we've been educating that goalpost of customers very similarly. So I think everyone has felt extremely special, and that we want to help their business, A, survive,
Yeah.
and B, thrive.
Yeah.
And the way it's going to thrive is to engage in this kind of digital first strategy. So it first starts with the person who's, offering products to showcase what they do best. And so that's what we're teaching them to do. And so it's been really exciting. It's been a very, very cool journey. And yeah, I think what we've done is certainly resonating.
Yeah, I love the positive attitude about it, number one. But also, I think your kind of professional consumers are going to be there for the long haul, because you're investing in them to be better as well, and helping them take a digital approach makes a lot of sense, especially in an industry that is known to be moving very fast. Like the skincare industry in and of itself is very fast paced, right? But that fast pace, there's a good thing that comes out of it that forces innovation in the space. That's a good thing for this space overall. However, there's a lot of brands that come into the space here and there that are attached to a celebrity, and boom, here we go. And here's another competitor. Here's another thing that I have to try to thwart off, But, people still want this. Those consumers are still looking for that professional type of care. They're going to do it at home, but they're still looking for professional care, professional products, an understanding of how to use those together to age later, if you will. But with new brands joining this space every single day, how in the world do you stay on top of it all? How do you stay on top of the competition coming in? How do you thwart them off while also trying to take share away from some of the larger brands in this space? Because there are some very large companies and large brands in this space as well. Talk to us a little bit about that.
So that's a very big question. It is a very crowded and busy space, but our philosophy and how we've kept our feet on the ground has really just been about backing our products through science. And so I do think even more so in this digital world now, it's not enough how you market, it's the science behind what you're marketing. And how can you show some data that supports that what I'm buying is going to really work. And so consumers are getting very, very savvy. And so from a new product development, I think, being an esthetician and having so many estheticians on our team, we have our ear, we have the pulse on things of what works, what doesn't work, what our customers want to see. I mean, we do, again, a lot of social listening through Instagram, Facebook. We even put together what's called a kind of a support group, which sounds odd for professionals. It's called VIP. It's a private group on Facebook that you can join. It's called VIP Professionals, and it allows a lot of conversation and kind of like a therapy session of what's working, what's not, what do you like, what don't you like, what could we be doing better. So we do a ton of listening. And I think from the start, when I first developed our collections, it kind of has to pass the JANA test. And then I got married a few years later, and to a physician, Dr. Mark, and he's also involved in product development from a scientific, which really helped elevate, our brand and his experience that I did not have. And so it has to pass the Dr. Mark test, and then it has to pass our new product development test, the group. So it has to pass a lot of hurdles before, that product gets on the shelf. But we've been launching products, new products every year for the past 18 years, and we've not retired one product. So I mean, that just kind of tells us that it's working. And it constantly goes through a lot of reiterations of the same product. But I think that listening to our professionals has been really the key to bringing out good new products.
Yeah, it sounds like that's kind of a theme for you guys is the constant listening to both the market, the consumer, and the end consumer, but also the professionals as well. I think the other thing that you're doing is you're investing quite a bit in your consumers. And I think that's a very, very smart way to go about it, because rather than just constantly selling to, you know, your end consumer, that doesn't build any loyalty. It doesn't allow them to come back, especially for, you know, a more elevated premium product like you guys. And when it comes to listening, I think consumers themselves are being more outward in terms of what they think of what they feel, right? There's a lot of emotion in the last 12 months or so, and a lot of people putting themselves out there. You know, consumers have become more vocal, but they've also become more selective as well, as they're better educated, as we kind of talked about as well. But their expectations from brands went from here to here. They rose. They expect brands to be, you know, global stewards, if you will. They want them to be a part of their global community. That makes them, that connection becomes stronger when they know that the brands that they support are kind of part of it. You know, millennials in particular are probably, you know, voicing themselves more on social, but you know, they expect brands to be socially responsible, and over 70% of them understand that that comes with a premium product. So I think, or premium price point. So I think especially for image, it makes sense to you know, understand what's happening from millennials and what they're saying, and listen to them, to your point, but understand that it's okay if it's a premium type of product. So how has, you know, especially when it comes to kind of sustainability and such, how has image kind of taken educated the consumer on your sustainability and social responsibility aspects of your business and brand?
Yeah, it's interesting. Before I even knew what sustainability was many years ago, I didn't even really know we were practicing it. You know, I again, going back to some of my core values of sometimes less is more, we didn't have any outer packaging. We were very minimal in our approach of the packaging issue and sustainability. And we always combined plant-derived ingredients with clinically proven. So we didn't even know that we were engaging in that. But as we kind of fast forward, you know, a couple years ago, as it relates to sustainability, we started a clean clinical initiative. So we looked at all 100 of our products, every single ingredient, every single formula, where it was sourced from, and I guess cleaned up what we thought was already a good formula and made it better, because things evolve. Different delivery systems, different suppliers, different ingredients now that we can organically source. And they didn't necessarily come from a specific region. You know, we source all over the globe now. And that's an exciting thing about what we get to do, because, you know, our brand, because we sell in so many countries, has to have that EU regulatory approval first to say, okay, if you can sell here, then you can sell in the US. So we're kind of already held at a much higher standard already from I guess from a formulation. We also looked at what was called FSC certified paper, which is Forest Stewardship Council, to kind of ensure from a forest management standpoint that all of our boxes were part of that group from a sustainability. We also looked, and it's amazing when you start looking at all your packaging, how much plastic, you know, on top of the cap or inside that box that we just got rid of and said, we just don't need that. And, you know, we've always for years had recyclable materials, but now anytime we launch something, it has to pass all of those particular tests. So we're trying very hard to be a good steward globally for sustainability, because I think less is pretty much more.
I love that. I love that. Less is definitely more, especially in the kind of the packaging arena as well.
Yeah.
And the quality of ingredients that you're putting in there. I mean, consumers are looking at that. They are more educated on what they're putting on their body, in their body, etc. They're also, you know, because they're more educated, they're also more demanding of what message brands kind of put out in the market. They're not going to allow any fluff, if you will. They demand now authenticity. Okay. So especially the female consumer, over 60%, they say that the content that they receive from brands, whether that's on social or any other digital platform, needs to feel genuine. Otherwise, they're not going to engage. And if they're not engaging, they're not going to buy your product at the end, right? We need to make sure that the content that we're producing is authentic to who the brand is and what they stand for and actually live, right? So especially in the skincare space, as you have to be authentic and understand the sustainability and all those other aspects. What ways is Image Skincare going to leverage influencers to drive authentic messages? Because what we've seen is that influencers are a great way for brands to deliver that authentic message. It has to be the right influencer that has the same brand values and brand ideals, but it is a great way for brands in the skincare space to kind of go to market with an authentic message. So talk to us a little bit about the influencer stuff. And is there any particular campaign that you're most proud of that you've run and some of the results that you've seen?
Well, influencers, no doubt, are very strong drivers for a brand today. And we've certainly seen that at Image. And I think what's interesting about our influencers is, we don't pay for any engagement that's not genuine. For any influencer, and we have about 1,000 that we work with now over the years, and it's growing. They've all used Image Skincare and they use it. So we don't do kind of a pay to play type of program. We literally send them and we have a one-on-one conversation and we customize their program. We ask them to try it for 4 weeks because if anyone's a skin nerd out there, it takes about 30 days for the cells to kind of turn over to where you can really see a difference, sometimes sooner, but 30 days is kind of the average. And we tailor it to them. So I think the authenticity in order to have that type of collaboration really shines through, and it's been a very effective way for us. And I think that, we're not really interested in a one-off partnership with some celebrity or a brand ambassador. I kind of think that the slow and steady win the race. And if you build a really nice team of people who are authentic behind your brand, it may not be that huge, spike that you see these crazy numbers of what brands are doing. But, little by little, I've seen over 18 years that we've somehow managed to always kind of reach our target. And it's through that kind of slow and steady, wins the race. I think that we did a lot with our influencers to educate people at home. Women who needed to do at-home facials because they were suddenly on Zoom or they had a meeting or a board meeting and everything is so amplified, right? So our influencers really did a lot of at-home facials, how to teach people how to use the product. And I think it just builds trust and community and value. I think also as it relates to influencers, the giveaways work really well. If any of you participate in those, it kind of increases your traffic and gets more people to try the product. You ask, do I have a specific program? I mean, look, even before the pandemic, we did a virtual launch, which was really interesting for a collection called Ormetic. It's an organic collection with kind of medical effectiveness. And we had from that launch over 4 million impressions. But even though we did it virtual, we also invited a lot of, influencers, and we had over 300 come. And so I think for them to interact with me and all of our team, and they got to see kind of behind what goes into a production like that, I think that also creates a lot of value. So sometimes just going behind the scenes, you get to learn a lot more about the brand than what you see on screen.
Yeah. So we're almost out of time. Oh, Wow. Here comes Chris. He's the policeman.
Like clockwork. No, if you have any other
Exactly.
questions, please go ahead.
I want to take one more, before we kind of finalize, I wanted to ask you one more question from the audience. Okay. How are you going to measure your success in 2021? What is most important to you, and how are you going to measure your success? And then we'll turn it back over to Chris.
I mean, I don't think really 2021 is any different than all the other years. We change skin and we change lives. So that's what we're just going to continue to do, and do it on a broader reach. I think we're just going to kind of continue to live the values of passion, people, and products, and then sometimes the profit comes. So
yeah.
We're not going to do much differently other than what we've been doing, and try to do it better.
That's great. I mean, stick to what you're doing. Stick to what you're doing, because what you are doing is working. You're innovative, you're agile, you're passionate about the space and willing to invest in all of your customers, in your entire kind of supply chain of customers, if you will. So keep it up. We're excited to see what's coming in the future. Where can we find Image Products, and where can we find you?
You can find us at imageskincare.com, and then we'll connect you with a professional.
Okay.
Why do you want a virtual consultation?
I mean, do you think I need one? Is that what
No.
you're saying? Oh,
Chris
okay.
does, but I don't think
I
you
do, I
think
do.
you're good.
I'm shiny right now.
I'm a little shiny too.
Yeah, and
thank you,
you
Jenna.
can follow
Enjoyed
us
the
on
conversation.
Instagram, and you can follow me on Instagram, Jana Roner. So.
Great.
Also, Jenna, I have to mention you are from South Florida, like myself. Whereabouts do you live?
Right now, I am in Palm Beach, but our corporate headquarters, that's pretty vacant, it's a ghost town right now, with the exception of our shipping, is in Lantana, Florida.
Okay, very cool.
Where are you? You're in Del
Boca
Rey?
Raton, born and bred. Yeah, so I've lived there my whole life until I went to college, but love it down there.
Well, when this pandemic ends, we'll all have to go hang out.
Yes, we'll go to the Breakers. That's the plan.
Deal. You're buying if we're going to Breakers. I'm not buying.
You got it. You got my word on that. Well, Jana, Jeff, thank you guys so much for a fantastic session. Really appreciate having you on.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
All right, so we're going to move it on to the next session of the day. So we have a fantastic next session coming up. I'd like to welcome Matthew Fantazier, the head of marketing for U.S. baby brands at Johnson & Johnson Consumer Health. The session will be moderated by Darren Klein, the vice president of East Coast sales here at Influential. Welcome to the stage, Matt and Darren. How are you guys doing?
Good. How you doing?
Doing well. Matt, where are you these days? Are you at home right now?
I am in my basement, living the life in Yardley, Pennsylvania. So right on the New Jersey, Pennsylvania border.
Very cool. And Darren, I can see that you have like a very cool, making our office look way cooler than it does in real life. Thank you for that. This is what it really looks like, but I like yours. I'll take yours.
A virtual office on the virtual stage.
Beautiful. All right. Well, I'll let you guys take it from here. Have a great session.
Thank you, Chris.
You got it.
Hi, Matt. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Great. So welcome to Matt. Welcome to the audience. I hope everyone is staying positive and testing negative these days. What an interesting time to be a human. What an interesting time to be a parent. And that's why we're in very good hands with Matt today, who heads marketing for U.S. baby brands at Johnson & Johnson. And Matt, just quickly for everyone in the audience, what are some of the brands that you work with?
Yeah. So the brands in our baby portfolio are Johnson's Baby, Aveeno Baby, and Desitin. So good chance that one of our brands, if you're a parent out there, is a part of your life. And thank you to all the parents out there for supporting us.
Yes, I know my parents, and as a parent, I've used all of those brands as well. Well, definitely Desitin and Johnson's Baby. So Matt, you have a really interesting background with J&J, having started in finance and now have a deep background in marketing. Can you speak a bit about your journey at the company?
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to break a hip when I give this stat, but I've been at J&J for almost 15 years, which feels wild to say out loud. But I've had a pretty diverse career here, which is exciting. I started in finance, as you mentioned, spent about 6.5 years there. Worked in our med device and pharmaceutical sector, so completely not what I do now. decided that I wanted to make a change, do something different, went to grad school, and for about the last 8 or so years, I've been in our marketing organization working on all kinds of brands from Bengay, Zyrtec, Sudafed. I work on our baby brands now. So touched a lot of interesting brands, categories, spent about 3 years in digital marketing actually in the middle. So spent a lot of time going deep in that space, which we'll talk a bit about today, I'm sure. But always something new to do. And that's really been the name of the game.
Fantastic. So as the head of marketing for such an iconic and nostalgic brand like Johnson's Baby, how do you balance that heritage element of the brand while appealing to the young parents that are becoming your new customers?
Yeah, I mean, our heritage is who we are, and creating safe, gentle products that families have relied on for over 100 years, that's, we can't ignore that. That's core to who we are, and, the science-based aspect of our products, and that has, developing no more tears technology is still there today. And, considering what is the safest, most gentle products we can bring to families, knowing how delicate baby skin and eyes and hair is, that's never going to change. But how we connect with parents has to, because needs change, where consumers are finding information, what's important to them, how they're interacting, how they want to interact with brands, how they buy products. That's all changing dramatically. So that's really where our changes and pivots have been. And thinking about how are we showing up to modern consumers. It's science, we're science-based still, but we do 90% of the research in the category, but we just can't release 30-second TV ads that talk about research with a person in a, in a lab. That's maybe not the best way to connect with a new mom, but thinking about how do we lead with authority, create content, and then do it in a way that lands across, social channels through personalization with our website. How do we provide guidance, knowing that parents are, often scared and have doubts, like how can we be a solution to them, but in a way that makes sense?
Absolutely. So turning to COVID and the racial injustice of the past year, yes, exactly. Young parents are facing some unprecedented challenges. Can you tell us about some of the work that you've been doing over the year with J&J's baby brands to be relevant to these issues?
Yeah, I mean, 2020 has been a whirlwind, and you named a couple of the big, really scary and difficult things that we've all been dealing with for the last year and beyond, but really really highlighted in the last year in 2020 and still today, obviously. So we took a step back and thought about how is all this affecting our consumers. So obviously everyone's impacted by these topics in one way or another, but we really realized that our consumers, and specifically new parents, were really acutely impacted by what was going on in the world around them. And what was really important to us and to my team was just having a purpose isn't enough. Talking about it isn't enough. Posting something on Facebook that, we're here for you in these unprecedented times, or, whatever nonsense that goes on. We had to take real action because our consumers needed real help. So imagine being in the shoes of a new, expecting parent, a new mom, an expecting mom, and their partner, not sure if, what's going to the hospital going to be like. Is there going to be a bed for me? What are the questions I need to ask my doctor? Do I need to get a COVID test before we show up? Can my partner even show up in the delivery room with me? So, we knew that these were very real concerns. So talking about, COVID first, parents needed help. And, if we ignored that, that's, we're not doing our job. So what we did was we partnered with Meredith on a COVID guide, essentially, that provided answers to these questions. So guides on, here's a list of questions to ask your doctor before you go to the hospital. Here's what to expect. Here's an interview with a delivery nurse on what it's like in her hospital right now. Here's a interview with a parent or some parents that just got home from the hospital, and what was it like in their own words, just to reduce some of that confusion, that anxiety that you think you're stressed out. Imagine having to go to the hospital and already a stressful situation and worry about a pandemic. That's a lot. So we were really committed to doing something that really helped. And what was exciting was, we kept the goal of help first. Like, we're not trying to sell product. You're not going to see a lot of branding on the content, things like that. Not a lot of, buy now, get your Johnson's baby wash now sort of stuff. But it was from us, but that's not top of mind to parents right now. So we focused on what matters, and we saw huge response, which is incredibly rewarding. I mean, it's exciting to see response to your marketing efforts and to see things land, but to see things land in a way that lets you know that you helped people and you helped your consumers in a very real and tangible way is super rewarding and something that we're incredibly proud of. With racial inequality, that's let's pile on with another incredibly difficult situation and a really ugly situation that's going on. So that's one that's going on. It's right now we have a partnership with Scary Mommy and the Dad and Fatherly that is creating content around helping parents answer some of these questions on how do you talk to your kids about these topics, and really focused on young kids, because that's a huge question that we found was parents didn't know, is there a way to talk to my 4-year-old about racism, which, that's a tough subject to broach for sure. But what we came up with in partnership with them and a number of experts and experts in the field were, resources around books to read with kids, activities, advice from experts, all sorts of content that's going to be, it's going live now. More's coming over the next couple of weeks, but, all again with the eye towards, are we doing things that are going to provide tangible help, real things that our consumers are worried about? How do we show up as not just, a brand selling product, but a part of parents' lives in a way that's meaningful and we can feel good about it.
That's great. I mean, J&J's brands are so trusted and credible that it's great. You're taking, that kind of role in putting out that content, because I think lots of consumers rely on the voice of J&J in that sense. The CDC and many others have reported how significantly mental health has been kind of affected during the pandemic. J&J recently partnered with Expectful and to support maternal mental health. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, mental health's a huge part of this, and we, as we thought about it, we want to, support healthy families, healthy lives, healthy babies, and mental health is an incredibly huge part of that, and often overlooked, unfortunately. So we did our research and saw that I believe it was 76% of parents felt their levels of stress and anxiety going up since the beginning of the pandemic. Anyone with kids can tell you that their base level of stress and anxiety probably was, here to begin with, and now it's, something higher than that. That's a big problem. So, and there's been all sorts of articles too over the last couple months. This is really coming to light in a big way, which is good, but unfortunate that it's a thing that has to come to light. So we partner with them. They're the #1 mindfulness and meditation app for expecting and new parents, and really co-created some guided meditations, created access to this resource. So we actually provided free access to people who couldn't afford it. So if you're somebody who is in need of these services and you don't have the financial means to pay for the subscription, Johnson's is going to underwrite that for that family to help them have a healthy pregnancy, both mentally and physically. So it was a way for us to, again, take action and really put our money where our mouth is and say, this is important to us. Our consumers need help. What can we do that's going to help? And, put together this, partner with this organization, and then creating that access, and then creating awareness of it too, because maybe folks don't know where to turn, where to get help. So we actually worked with our influencer network to talk about this, to talk about mental health and break down some of those stigmas of, hey, this is hard. This is something that maybe you need some help with sometimes. And here's a tool that has helped me with my, mindfulness and meditation being, something that is really linked to positive health outcomes. So we worked with our influencers. We worked through our comms team to really get this story out there of, this is a problem. Here's a solution that folks should be aware of. And, we're helping, people get access to that solution to, like I said, destigmatize it and get it in the hands of people who need it.
That's great. And it's great you're using the power of influencers to get those messages out. And, given that the theme of today's event is influencer marketing and social media, can you, give more of a broad-based view on how your brands use both influencer and social, and how important it is to the overall marketing mix?
Yeah, I mean, for us, social and influencer is part of that, as a lot of that lives within social media. Obviously, that's really become the core to what we're doing today, because that's where our consumers are. That's where they're spending time getting information, and it's a way for us to authentically show up. So there's a lot that goes into it. It's not just showing up and dropping our TV ads on Facebook, but rather it's a new way of approaching how we brief, how we're approaching shooting creative, to make sure we're creating for Instagram or creating for Pinterest or wherever we're putting our media and our content. And then further leaning into data so we can figure out what messages are working where, and are we talking to the right consumers? Are we talking, someone who is expecting is in a very different mindset than somebody who has a 2-year-old. And parenting is a journey that data and getting to the right message to the right person really matters. So how we bring that to life has really changed too, because now some of this is a function of the pandemic, but we've actually started working with influencers to shoot our content. So we can't, as much as we may all miss craft services, tents and things like that, like I can't go to shoots right now. The last time I went to one was in February, right before, the before times, but we have to create new content, how we do that. And so we're working with influencers, parents, and people who are creative and have artistic skills to create some of our content to give it truly that native feel, a little bit more real, a little bit more raw. And across YouTube, for example, we partner with influencers and went even further and gave them the keys to the car a little bit of, okay, create content for us, and working with them to create content as part of their channels brought to you by Johnson's or Johnson's Kids Hair Care for YouTube specifically. And we'll see what happens. We're going to see what works there. It's a very different approach, but we're taking more of a performance mindset there, where we don't know what's going to work necessarily. We want to try some things and we'll find out what's landing and do more of that. I think anyone that says they know what's going to work is lying. But we have to get out of that mindset in this industry. Hopefully I can slant the odds a little bit to say, I think this will work, but we never truly know. And I think this is a really interesting way we're engaging with influencers to, tap them as, YouTube creators are creative. Let's tap that creativity to think of new ways to engage and deliver messages.
Right. And in terms of, curious, in terms of measurement of influencer campaigns over, has 2020 sort of changed the measurement methods? Is there more measurement around e-commerce or other metrics versus some of the standard ones?
Yeah, I mean, measurement within influencer is the big sticking point in the industry, and one that I think a lot of people are wrestling with on. It's evolved a lot in a really good way in the last couple of years, going from getting likes and things like that are vanity metrics and don't really mean anything, to at what you're mentioning, getting to more sales and ROI, and e-commerce as being an enabler of that. I think the adoption of e-commerce more broadly helps in this situation, where we can link to more purchase directly and then see results. I mean, my brands don't have DTC capabilities, so I don't benefit from the closed loop measurement that a DTC brand does, where I put something out there and I can tell you it has a X percentage conversion rate. I have no idea. Stuff goes on a truck and I light a candle and hope that people buy it. But with e-commerce growing, people being more comfortable with social commerce, that's emerging as a way for us to at least get some leading indicators of what's working and what's not, what messages are driving more of that lower funnel consideration. And we're absolutely looking at that. We're looking at paid media and tagging that from a broader effectiveness standpoint, pumping that into our MTA mix to understand, is this working? But then direct, as you're mentioning, is even better. If I can see that, influencer A drove 50 conversions and influencer B drove 100, that tells me something. It may not tell me the whole story, but it's a data point that I can start working off of. So measurement's incredibly important. How we get there is evolving, and something we're still trying to get there, but it's going in the right direction for sure.
Right. And you had touched on YouTube work that you're doing since short form video dominated in 2020.
Yep.
Any thoughts on going deeper into that in platforms like Instagram or TikTok?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's where our consumers are. And I think the key for us is finding out what's working there. How should we be showing up? Are there, and we're dipping our toes into TikTok now as an organization. We've been testing different products within Snapchat, Pinterest as they roll out, an unbelievable amount of innovation. Instagram, Facebook being core to what we do, but still they're evolving a lot as well. So I think it's going to be find out what works, try a bunch of stuff, and learn. I think it's not going anywhere. This is where consumer attention is. So we have to be there to create access and foster discovery for our brands. That's really where a lot of the consideration is happening, but being mindful of how it's being used. If consumers are looking for brands to show up in a certain way on TikTok that is different than on Instagram, we need to figure that out. Maybe not. Maybe you can use the same creative. That's sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But it's definitely not going anywhere. And I think as some of those platforms evolve as well to incorporate more shoppability, that's going to be an interesting wrinkle as well to uncover and figure out, is there a best way to incorporate shoppability within YouTube videos and live streaming on TikTok, all sorts of stuff like that.
Right. I know you're very interested in technology in addition to into the marketing side of things. Marketing and innovation are becoming more and more synonymous lately. What role does innovation play specifically from a technology standpoint in your marketing strategy at J&J?
Yeah, I mean, it's helping us foster better connections, I think. From a technology perspective, we've leaned into personalization. So personalization within our website, CRM, which we just relaunched recently, making sure we're getting the right content to the right consumer. Doing that through technology is a really big deal because parenting is not one size fits all. So we need to make sure we're showing up in a more tailored way, in a more personalized way. So that's something we've been really focused on for the last year, and we've seen really outstanding results. I think the other thing that's been top of mind for us is just improving shoppability. To my previous point, this is where people are expecting a more on-demand sort of relationship with brands today, and just in general, culturally, everything's on demand. So if someone wants to buy something, how do we make it as easy as possible and reduce friction? So we've invested in ways to improve that shoppability through some different partnerships and creating these experiences, providing us with some data to understand what's working and what's not. Like I said, we typically don't have access to that. So that's kind of a nice added benefit of improve the shoppability, find out what's working. It's not going to be the balance of our sales by any stretch in the next year or so, but it can certainly be a place for us to get some insights and be a bit of an engine for that. So those are two of the areas we're definitely focused on a lot, but it's rapidly changing and something we're trying to stay on top of.
That's great. You're a prolific poster on LinkedIn. You write a bi-weekly newsletter, Matt's Hot Take. And I had the opportunity to check out your 2021 predictions on LinkedIn. Can you tell us what you mean when you say social commerce just becomes commerce, and how will virtual start to look more like reality?
Yeah, I shudder at being prolific on LinkedIn. I have a once a week limit, so I don't turn into one of these LinkedIn gurus, which I just can't deal with. But I try to post about once a week. It's fun, and it's a good way to engage with folks like yourself and people in the audience, and I don't see, especially in the last year. But yeah, two of the predictions around social commerce just becoming commerce. I think right now the infrastructure is finally here in the United States to see it actually take off. It's been huge globally. China live stream shopping is giant. It is a huge industry globally. It's about $60 million, I believe, $60 billion, excuse me. In the US, it's about 1, so tiny fraction of the global live stream commerce industry happens here. But with innovations and investments by Google within YouTube, TikTok, you saw their live stream event with Walmart in December around the holidays, Facebook and Instagram shops. I mean, the building blocks are there and people are spending time there. I think one of my favorite examples is actually from Beautycounter. Their Venice, California store is built for live streaming, which is just fascinating to me. It's a studio essentially. They've leaned into it, which is pretty cool. Great example there. So I think that's just going to be a thing we need to be ready for. It's here globally, not here domestically, but that's probably going to change. And then virtual becoming more like reality. virtual reality and AR and things like that have always been sort of kitschy, putting bunny ears on you on Snapchat or fun filters, fun things to do, some utility, but really it's become a way to bridge today's short-term gaps in terms of like, I can't go try on clothes as easily. So you see, you know, filters that help you try on shoes, and you can buy within the filter on Snapchat. Makeup, color cosmetics has been doing this for a couple of years, and it's a great way to test out cosmetics without putting it on your face. But I think what's going to be interesting is bridging to a place where it's actually helping consumers foster discovery. Have you ever gone to Amazon.com or Bloomingdale's or Macy's.com and just blindly said, I'm going to go look for something? It is a horrible experience. I'll go on to a, clothing retailer and I'll look for jeans or something. And I'll get 10,000 jeans come back. I'm like, oh my God, that's a horrible experience. It's great for spearfishing. If I know I buy Ralph Lauren jeans or whatever, like great, I put in my size, I'll get it, no problem, super fast, super easy. But Ralph Lauren is probably my favorite example within virtual reality and AR. They've recreated their in-store experience. Their Beverly Hills store exists online now, all the way down to the music they play on the website, matching what plays in their stores to be more of a browsing shopping experience. So they made it, check it out. You can go to their website, you can check it out. I do not work for Ralph Lauren, I don't have any stake in this, but I just think it's a cool example of using technology in a way that's creating a brand building experience. I'm like, that was a good experience. It's not just a kitschy sort of thing, but it's actually reducing purchase barriers, creating a really great consumer experience. And then I'm going to feel better about the brand because, they made something better or easier for me.
Yeah, and it's amazing the kind of supercomputers we carry around in our pockets. I was just looking at a Verizon experience the other day where you can explore the Met Museum, and especially in these times where it's not easy to get to those places, it's really amazing to see these augmented reality kinds of experiences. Let's see. So before we've got a couple minutes left before questions from the audience. Before we head to that, what are some things you're looking forward to this year, work and personally?
Yeah, I think work-wise, I'm looking forward to the industry really leaning into digital and e-com as enablers of brand and business building and the consumer experience. It's high time. Like, this is not news, and this is not something that's like, we're finally here. It's like the year of mobile was 4 years long, I feel like, a couple of years ago, but like, we're here in terms of digital and e-com, but brands and companies are being forced to think about things in a big way and make some bold changes and bold moves. And that's exciting to me. I'm passionate about this space. And I think we're going to see more and more good innovation that's really based in how do we create better consumer experiences, like some of the ones I was just mentioning. But it's no longer what's the shiny object we can launch to have something to talk about at South by or CES, but like, I need to run my business in a different way. How are we investing in some different thinking? So I'm excited to see what's to come in that space. Personally, I think everyone's like, the stock answer is like seeing other people and getting back to normal. But I think it's kind of getting back to that normal with a deeper appreciation of the world around us. I haven't been to Manhattan in like a year, months and months, and I was used to being there, once a week or so. And you take for granted some of those things of, it's, pretty great place to get to go, and not everyone has that opportunity, or being able to go to a baseball game again, and things like silly stuff like that. But I think, and I hope that personally people are taking stock of those things that really matter in their lives, and the people we work with, deeper appreciation of those personal connections, and excited for that, hopefully sooner rather than later, but we're hanging in.
Awesome. Okay, so one question from the audience. How has your business been affected by parents being home all day with children? And if so, how? Hard to say. I don't have a good answer to that. I think that we see more so focus on hygiene. That's been something that people looking for information about good hygiene and things like that, as folks are looking at different routines and bath time routines, which is good. That's good for society and good for business. But
it's definitely a different dynamic. I think the thing that's been most impactful for us has been making sure that our communications are recognizing that very different situation for parents, being teachers, being, people that are with their kids 24/7 in a world where they used to not be. So like stuff has changed. So making sure that our communications aren't tone deaf, that we're factoring in what reality looks like for a parent in 2020, 2021. That's been the biggest thing, honestly. But people still give kids baths and need lotion and all sorts of stuff like that. So that hasn't really changed so much, but I think it's how we talk to them, and some of the earlier points of what's important to parents today can be very different than maybe has been in the past couple of years.
Great. Another question: what is the products? Maybe products. What are some products that have been affected greatly, either negatively or positively, during the pandemic for you?
Honestly, baby wipes. We have a small baby wipe business, and hand and face wipes, and that early on just went off the shelves as everyone was looking for things to clean with, and that's just like that came out of left field a little bit. We haven't had it's not like other categories where you have people buying fewer color cosmetics because they're not leaving the house as much or things like that. We haven't had that situation necessarily, but with people hand washing more and things like that, like your skin can get dry. So, we saw, people looking at lotions and things like that, but nothing huge. I think it's really, it's the cleanliness where people are looking for cleansing products and looking to do that. And then also, consumers have been looking for tried and true, and they've been looking for science. So they're looking for stuff that's going to work, especially with, germ cleaning and stuff like that. So people have been gravitating towards the brands they know for a couple of reasons. And one, I also suspect you don't want to spend as much time in a store. So I know what Johnson's is, I'm going to grab it versus maybe window shopping a little bit. So I think we've seen a little bit of the halo of the tried and true brands doing well, but nothing crazy dramatic like we've seen in some other categories.
Great. Let's see some of the other questions here. What are the top focus points you look for on an influencer campaign?
An influencer being actually influential in what we're talking about. So not just somebody with a bunch of followers, but do they actually have something to say here? And they use the product ideally. I think where possible, where we can create lasting relationships. So it's not just a one and done. I think it's really hard to do equity transactionally. So how do we foster relationships, create these situations where they know us, we know them, and they become parts of the family, so to speak. So I think that's something we also look for. And then making sure there's a way to measure success. So how are we measuring what good looks like? Is it sales? Is it equity? Is it add to carts or app downloads? Whatever it is, we have something in place that we can gauge what's working and what's not.
Great. Another question: what influencers do you follow? Any good TikTokers?
Oh, I don't know about good, but a lot of nonsense. I'm a Peloton rider, so I follow all those guys for some daily motivation and tips and things like that. So I enjoy all those guys. They do an incredible job at that company, so they're on my feed for sure. And yeah, a lot of nonsense, like a lot of hobby sort of stuff. So sports and video games, things that are really highbrow stuff. So nothing too crazy.
A question that always seems to come up a lot for brand innovators is in the audience. There's a lot of young professionals who are just starting out on their marketing careers or want to break into marketing. What advice do you have for those kinds of folks?
Yeah, I often get asked this, and I think what I've thought about a lot over the years, and from my own personal experience and frankly personal mistakes of how I thought about breaking into it, the top thing I would say for anybody out there, and especially to career switchers like I was don't apologize for your background. So who you are and your experiences, your work experience, your life experience, that's what makes you special and makes you great. So lean into that. I tripped myself up a lot early on thinking in spite of my finance background, I can go and do marketing. But really, it's because of that I have a different lens. I'm good with data. I understand the P&L. I work in a traditional CPG where P&L management's a big part of my job. So I have general management responsibilities on top of marketing. So that helps me. But think about where you come from. So maybe you have a passion for teaching, or you love working with people. Like that can make you a great coach and mentor to to an organization. Do you have an interest in innovation and science? So you could be working on new product development. Like, what is it that makes you and leaning into your strengths? I think it's easy for folks to focus on their weaknesses, and I think we've been trained to do that in corporate America sometimes. But thinking about what makes you is my probably number one advice. And then from a how should you go about it, I would just say what I always tell people and I always look for is curiosity. This space changes literally every day. It's why I started writing my newsletter about 5 years ago, was to help my team keep track of all the stuff that was going on in the industry. And it's literally every day I open up my email in the morning and all the different things I get from different publications, and there's something that's interesting or I didn't know. And you're never that far behind in marketing, especially now. So pay attention, be curious, ask questions, get out there, do what you're doing now, and attend stuff like this, and you'll catch up before you know it. But stay curious. I think that's one of the best traits a marketer today can have, just given the pace of change. Stay curious and keep asking questions.
That's great advice. And yeah, as a former finance person myself, I agree that it's great to capitalize on your background. And I'm always fond of thinking that whatever someone has done in their career has led them right up to this point in their life where they've had such a great background. Let's see. Earlier in a session, Yumi from Nestle, the CMO of Nestle Water, was speaking about a learning agenda for 2021 and how Nestle Water is going to be looking more towards empathy and marketing for humans. Curious what J&J Consumer's learning agenda might be for 2021.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge topic for us as we get into the beginning of the year. Obviously, we're talking about this before now, but I think for my team, who I can speak for, it's really taking a strong performance mindset towards the year. What are all the things we can go out and learn? What are the different messages, audiences, platforms, creative? What are the different things we could be doing and testing and learning, given that capabilities have gotten to the point where we're getting better feedback, better data to do our jobs better, and knowing that needs change so fast, we have to stay on top of this. What has always worked may not always work, so we need to keep refreshing our insights and making sure we understand what are the ways we can connect with consumers best, and forge those connections, ideally sell product at the end of the day. But what are the different things we can put into place to acknowledge we don't know the answer, but we can find out. It's really a mindset shift we're looking to employ on my team and in our organization, and we'll figure it out. Like I said earlier, anyone that says they know the answer is probably lying, and we need to be humble enough to say we don't know, but we're going to find out.
Terrific. Well, I do see Chris has popped up on the screen. So Matt, thank you for all the great insight and great advice. It was a really enjoyable conversation.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Oh, Chris is on mute.
Chris is on mute there. Okay.
You'd think by 2021 I'd have this down. Come on. I'm the host of this. Come on. Well, thank you guys so much. That was a fantastic session. Really appreciate you, Matt. Hope to have you back in the future.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Chris. Thanks, Darren.
Got it.
Have a great day, guys.
You too.
All right. Well, moving along to the next session. We have a very, very special session coming up. A very dear friend and favorite client of ours is about to take the stage. Kate Javeri, the CMO of the NBA, is joining us with that hot Miami jersey behind you. Me and Ryan, we're from South Florida. We love it. I love that whole Miami Vice take that they've got going right now. Coolest thing in the league, in my opinion.
I don't know. I can't pick favorites.
That's right. It's like your favorite kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
Awesome.
Kate.
Well, welcome to the stage. I'll let you guys take over from here. Enjoy.
Thanks,
Thanks.
Chris. Kate. You're one of my favorite people to talk to. You are a perfect mix of sports, nerdy knowledge of all things platforms and measurement. And I really enjoyed obviously meeting you a couple of years back. It's been a fun partnership. So thanks for making time today.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to be here. It's been a minute since we caught up, so it's good good to see your face,
You as well. Well, Chris kind of mentioned before, so we grew up in South Florida, so Miami Heat fans. I vividly remember when D Wade and Shaq in 2006 beat the Mavs, and like the party that ensued in Miami. I know you can't pick favorites. Did you grow up having a team, or is that even off the table?
I did. I've had the privilege of living in cities that at times that NBA teams have just been on tears. So I grew up in Baltimore, but my team was always the Celts. So Larry Bird growing up, that was,
oh, nice.
I'm totally dating myself, but like that was the team. And then I lived in Chicago for a little while in the Jordan years, and that was just insane. And then lastly, for the last 12 years, I lived in the Bay Area and got to see the rise of the Warriors. So I have a lot of favorite teams, but yeah, it's nice to have 30 favorite teams now.
Well, you guys have some amazing storylines this year. We'll talk about it later if we have time. But yeah, the power shifts, the drama. So you guys always bring the heat. What I do want to talk about is you, though. For those that are listening that aren't aware of Kate and her rise over here, for CMO of NBA, you came from the platforms. You came from Facebook, Twitter, CMO of Twitch.
Yep.
Talk about that journey and knowing the platform so intimately. And then if that gives you an advantage, I don't know if it's an unfair advantage, but an advantage by being in this position on the league or brand side.
Absolutely. I have been for a really long time obsessed with communities and specifically kind of what brings people together, because I think, growing up for me, I had this big family. It was all around the dinner table. That was what brought us together, and watching sports was really what brought us together. As we've seen the evolution of the internet, lots of different things bring people together, and it's specifically interesting around content. And so, when you think about Facebook, it's a community of family and friends. Twitter, it's about, people who are into what you're into. And then Twitch is really like an absolute influencer platform of people who are deeply into a set of content. And that community is amazing and so self-contained in many ways, but also has so many tentacles to the rest of the world. And so for me, community has been at the core of everything. And when I think about, I can't think about another community that is as awesome and as interesting as the community of NBA fans, and we have a huge opportunity with our core fans to really reach out to them and meet them where they are. And so, as we heard from previous speakers, like increasingly that is digital platforms, whether, it is Facebook or Instagram or TikTok, or even emerging platforms like Clubhouse. That is where we are hearing from our fans, and that's where they're spending time. And so it's helpful, having come from places like that, to really help inform our strategy as we continue to grow our global fans and really try to build the content that is most interesting to them and the experiences that are most interesting to them.
Well, so I love the fact that, because Facebook and Twitter are all ages, and technically so is Twitch, but Twitch is definitely more Gen Z, millennials, gamer focused, but across the number of obviously verticals, including sports. How do you think about that? Do you think of each platform as a certain audience base that you want to tap into? Is it I want to go after gamers, therefore I go to Twitch and I probably bring them over to watch the game? How do you think about that?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's definitely been evolving for me, even as I've been at those companies. I think when I started back at Facebook, it was still a college platform, so it was young people, and now that's obviously evolved over the last 15 years. And so I think what we continue to see is we have the youngest audience of any professional sports and so we also have the most diverse audience. And so by nature of that, we need to be in a variety of different places, and we need to treat those channels and those platforms as different, because people engage with them different. If you just think about how you consume content on Facebook, it's a little bit different than how you consume content on TikTok. At least the people who I follow are very different. And so I think, it's important as we continue to evolve marketing and as we continue to see the lines between content and marketing blur, that we are able to reach fans in the places where they are with the kinds of things they want to see on those platforms. And I think, to your point, we'll continue. We have very, a youth-oriented fan pool, and so we'll continue to focus on that. But also, we know we have a ton of fans who are my age or older who also love to tune in and watch our games. And so, we just want to make sure that we're meeting you as a fan of the NBA wherever you want to meet us.
Well, I have to ask, you guys have a big partnership with TikTok. Are you yourself on TikTok, or are you playing with the platform? Do you make your own content?
I definitely play with the platform. I do not produce my own content. I learned a long time ago that I'm a much better lurker and consumer of content than I am actually a subject matter on any of these platforms. So, but yeah, I think, I just love all of the emerging technology that we're seeing, and just really learning from other brands and how they participate on all of these different channels. I think it's super interesting, and it helps us continue to evolve our thinking as well.
Yeah, I for work, and obviously it's fun. I've been immersed. I've got they call doom scrolling. I've gotten deep into TikTok before, and I've gotten that warning where it says it's been an hour. Do you want to keep going? Like as if you were sort of degenerate. So I'm fully aware of the power of that. You mentioned before, and I want to kind of do this, and then we'll jump on some other questions. You mentioned things like Clubhouse. As a CMO, are you literally on every new platform that kind of comes by you? Is that something where because you're community based? Are you on Clubhouse? Are you doing events on Clubhouse? Like, what's your thoughts there?
Yeah. So, you introduced me in the perfect way. Like, I'm just a giant nerd, so I love checking out all different platforms. And so I would say it's really helpful, especially on emergent platforms, to kind of be a lurker for a little while before you decide how you as a brand want to show up there. And so I think, having experience around a kind of large scale content and unmoderated content, it is interesting to kind of think about how your brand shows up there. And I'm still learning a lot about what works and what doesn't work on some platforms like Clubhouse. So we're not there yet, but you can imagine, a way for us to get engaged in a really unique and special way for the NBA.
Well, I think the line we use is quick and nerdy. That's one of your best lines.
I'll take it all.
So let's think. All right. So in 2020, in March, the moment happened, and I think indelibly, I think of two things. I think of the NBA pausing, and I think of Tom Hanks getting sick, and that was like the coronavirus kind of moment in March. So you had to, CMO of a global pandemic and a global company. You had to halt everything. And then basically you had to then manage the next few months. When that happens, is it basically like that, that beat drop scene where you're just like, and you have to think about what do I do for the next, or do you just get to work and what's the process like as a CMO when that happens? Because you literally have the nexus of everything that's happening at that moment.
Yeah, I would say, 2020 wasn't a great year, I think, on record. For the NBA, it was a particularly difficult year. We started the year mourning the death of our former commissioner, David Stern. And then we had the sudden passing of Kobe Bryant and his daughter, Gigi. And then, as you said, in March, we were faced with a global pandemic. None of these things were really in the plan or did we, think about in advance. And so it was really about getting to work. As we thought about the responsibility and the opportunity with regards to the pandemic, we knew that we were still learning a lot about the virus back in March. And I would argue that we still are today, which is why we're so engaged with health and safety protocols and working with doctors and health organizations around the world to really stay on top of the science. But for us, health and safety was always at the front. And so we knew that we were going to have to pause for a period of time. But first and foremost, in my mind, was really the fans, and how do we keep fans engaged with a brand and with content that they love, while at the same time we don't have live games. And as a brand with tremendous reach to a large scale audience, also felt an obligation to really help our fans understand what we were learning in real time about how to stay safe from COVID-19. And so we launched a campaign called NBA Together, which really was a combination of those two things. We were able to create a variety of new content across a variety of different channels. So, you know, we had Q&As and trivia contests on Twitter and on Instagram. We tried a whole set of new content, whether it was a 2K player competition or horse, where we had people shooting from their, players shooting from their homes. We tried a lot of different ways to keep our fans engaged and really to give them an escape. You know, if I think back to where I was at the beginning of the pandemic, it all felt so surreal that really being able to enjoy something that I love and just turn off the outside world for a little bit was very helpful. We also paired that with a ton of effort around both raising money for healthcare workers, ensuring that arena workers who are no longer able to work during the hiatus, we continued to support them with pay and benefits, and then also making sure that we were able to continue to educate our fans and that our players could use their voice to do that as well. So we created over 45 PSAs that ran, across institutional inventory in all of our channels. And we really felt like the combination of those two things really helped us to raise, almost $100 million for the efforts of supporting frontline workers and folks who were impacted by COVID. And so, it's a really unique moment in time for a league and also for a brand to really step back and think about what your place in the world is and how you can have the most impact and keep your fans close at a time that is just, unprecedented, as we've said way too many times.
Well, as a fan, I deeply appreciate the innovation that you and the overall NBA family have put out there. I mean, you guys were the guinea pigs. You're the first major sport to have to go back online, and you did the bubble, and obviously that was like the even again remove sports. That was a masterful ability to like show testing and like that we can actually live or survive parts of this, in some level of normality. So I'd love to know your thought when the bubble gets relaunched, when you're basically going back to finish up, the other half of the season. Talk about the whole new game campaign was the re-tipping off of the season. Talk about what went into that, and what was so special about that, and what you learned from that.
Yeah, it was an interesting time because, as you said, you had to re-tip off a season, and at a time when we don't typically play, or when we by July we're typically on the other side of finals. And so with the fans at the center of this, while at the same time really creating the first ever single site fanless location that was focused on health and safety for our players and our staff, it was a really unique marketing challenge. And what we knew as going into that is that the experience of the bubble would be incredibly different for everyone. And it felt essential that we acknowledge that, asking the players to be in Orlando for 4 months, is incredibly different player experience. Having fanless games for the first time, really, changing the way that fans engage. And so, we took it as an opportunity to try a variety of things that we had been ideating on. And as part of a whole new game, there were a number of innovations and technology firsts that we tried. My favorite was the virtual fan experience, where every night 300 NBA fans could join the game on a 17-foot digital screen through Microsoft Together mode, to enjoy the game together and to share that experience together and to cheer as fans. And it was a great way for the players to feel their fans and for the court to actually feel like home court when your fans are in the arena with you. And over the seeding games and the postseason, we had over 60,000 fans who engaged in this. And I think, you know, when we know that less than 1% of our fans ever can be in an arena, it's a great opportunity for us to think about how we can bring not only those fans, you know, who couldn't come this past season, but in the future around how do we engage our fans across the globe in making that game feel much more accessible. We also tried a bunch of new things with regards to camera angles and audio, and you know, we worked with Oculus and Facebook to launch the first ever virtual reality headset partner of the NBA, and they really focused on you know, what they called front row view. And it really provides you the sense of being on the court in courtside seats and experience the game that way. We definitely learned a ton from the bubble, both in terms of health and safety and how to keep our players and our staff safe, and what it would look like going into this season, but also around how to engage fans. We continued to utilize influencers like President Barack Obama, like Robin Roberts, and a variety of folks across gaming and sneaker culture to really amplify what was going on down in Orlando. And also, you know, you saw a lot with our players. We were able to really show behind the scenes and provide a lot more access than maybe fans have been used to. Seeing, you know, Taco Fall riding bikes around the campus, or Jimmy Butler starting his own coffee stand. Like, there were just so many different ways that fans could participate in what was a really unique experience, that we've definitely taken those back and, you know, have them in the innovation lab for how we can continue to roll those out across other seasons.
So great insight. I love the insight you have as the CMO of the NBA. You have both a brand that you have to tend to, but also you have to work with brands. So in the crowd, usually for Brand Innovators, we have hundreds to thousands of people that are in the brand marketing, Fortune 1000s across the board, D2C companies. One, how do you basically contend with the idea that you have to obviously get your word out about your brand, but also find ways? I think you mentioned the Oculus piece. I think Michelob was the fan cam, that piece, the ABMBF piece. So if people are listening, how would they think about approaching you or the NBA to find unique ways to engage your fan base with, you know, their products and basically align consumers?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, welcome. Would love to have conversations about that. We always love working with partners to extend the reach of the NBA to fans who maybe are casual fans or who don't spend as much time with the NBA, to help them, kind of get better grounded in the sport, in our players, and the entertainment. But also, what we see is a tremendous amount of reach within our audience. We call it the NBA family for a reason. Our fans are loud, vocal. They have a lot of interest in the NBA, and they engage heavily around brands that participate with us. And so absolutely, we will continue to work with partners to extend our reach and to help extend theirs.
I love it. Well, I want to switch gears a bit. Obviously, talk about, communities and building them up from your previous days. And then obviously, a really important community situation that happened in our country, which I think it's been obviously stemmed for a long time, but it really came to light, was the social injustice that happened. It really bubbled up in June, July, around the horrible events that happened. I'd love for you to talk about the commitment. Listen, as a fan, you guys leaned in the most. NBA became the beacon for Black Lives Matter, for giving players a platform to talk, even their jerseys. What went behind that decision to say, I'm glad that every league jumped in anyway, but you guys really led the charge, and obviously you're the first one kind of back in there. So if you talk about that and the importance of that, and how that leads to basically that massive fan base that looks to you and looks to these heroes that are basically on the court, that people want to emulate, that are speaking their mind, and that are getting out the right message to the world.
There are a couple pieces to this that I think are important for us to understand. One is that the NBA has a long history in social justice, going back to our players who crossed the color line to play, all the way through, Bill Russell and some of the greats that we've had. And so this is not a new thing for the NBA. This is something that's been part of our values for a really long time. We're a values-led organization, and always equity, unity have been at the core of what we believe in. And so when we saw the restart and started to work with our players and Players Association, we agreed that the shared goal of the restart would be to highlight social justice and to ensure that we were able to address the issues that the country was really dealing with at that time. And so, you saw things like whether it was us putting Black Lives Matter on the court, or working with the players as they wanted to put messages on their jersey to wear throughout the rest of the restart, or as they used their platform in the restart to share their opinions about where we are across a number of different social justice issues. We absolutely stood with them, and with the idea that this was a really great platform for us to do that. We also launched the NBA Foundation with our board of governors, really looking to contribute over $300 million over the next 10 years to ensure that we are focused on empowerment of Black-owned businesses. And then lastly, it was also, we were in an election year. And so what we found together with the players is that we had a huge opportunity to support Get Out the Vote efforts. And so we were able to work with local teams to make either their practice facilities or their arenas available for voting or voting related activities. And you saw a number of players who had their own support for different candidates. And so, we, from a marketing perspective, really pushed on Get Out the Vote, given how important the election was to so many people. We really wanted to make sure that that we could use our platform, as we did with NBA Together, to be helpful and to encourage our fans to go vote regardless of who they voted for. And so, for us, this is all in keeping with our values and all in keeping with who we are as an organization, and certainly, who we, as we partner with players around this, it's just really authentic for us. And so I think you'll continue to see, our investment. This isn't a one-time thing. Our investment through the foundation really will continue for years as we look to address these issues.
Well, thank you. It's amazing what you guys are able to do, and I love that. And kind of a tactical question, because we're a much smaller organization, 120 people. We became the influencer partner of Rock the Vote, and we believe that everybody has a voice, and that's the most important piece. Is whether you're left, right, middle, doesn't make a difference. Just that you have the opportunity to voice your opinion. When in your organization, and obviously the roots are there. How does it work as the CMO when you allocate budget towards, I'm going to spend TV dollars or allocation to it? Does someone from the Players Association come to you? Does your own internal team? I guess, how does that happen where the decision's made to allocate resources? Because I'm sure a lot of people that are watching today is, how do they figure out when someone, a employee or someone they're partnering with, how do they take that and bring it to actual fruition with dollars behind it?
Yeah, I would say in general, 2020 budget was kind of thrown out the window fairly early.
Sure.
But what I think is so amazing about the NBA and our relationship with the NBA PA is that a lot of these discussions are together. We are both bringing ideas to the fore. We're both working together on this, and similarly with our marketing partners and with our broadcast partners, that this is understood that this is part of who we are as a brand. And so it's always energizing to be able to think about, there's this new opportunity with regards to voting. How do we take advantage of that? And how do we help our fans, realize that, exactly like you said, that they have a voice, and to provide them information about how they can use that voice.
Well, speaking of voices, when we have done campaigns together, whether it involved social injustice or talking about just the restarts of seasons and finals. We've been very fortunate the last couple of years to do a lot of great campaigns with you guys. I'd love to. The question here talks about, what do you think of it? I know you understand influencer marketing more than anyone else I've ever talked to because you came from the platforms. You guys live and breathe it. You have your own influencers. I actually want to say, with regards to digital social influencer marketing, how do you think about top of funnel, middle funnel, lower funnel, kind of getting into the nerdier part of being a CMO and a marketer? How do you think of those things? And for those listening, how do they, is it something that they should be thinking about as some are their top of funnel influencers and kind of an awareness play for a new season or some sort of game? Is it lower funnel to drive tune in or whatever the KPI is? So what's your perception on that?
I think like any channel or any tactic that you can use for marketing, you can use it in a variety of different ways. And so for us, from a brand perspective, it is often helpful for our casual fans to hear about connections with the NBA through other means, whether it's like sneakerheads or whether it's through video games or whether it's through influencers that maybe aren't so tightly aligned with the NBA brand as a player would be. And so from a discovery perspective and a top of funnel perspective, like influencer marketing is incredibly helpful and valuable to us, especially as we look to grow the next global fan base. What we know is that much of that growth is going to come from outside the United States. And by virtue of that, there's a whole different set of influencers that we will need to work with in a variety of different countries. So there's a lot of opportunity there to engage fans. I think to your point about lower funnel, we've seen some really good success with lower funnel metrics and how influencers can help us drive that. I think, as the previous panelist was talking about, with social commerce, there's such a different way that people are coming to social platforms and looking to engage. It's no longer just about scrolling and time spent, but it is about taking action. And so whether it's through our organic content or our influencer content, we have an enormous social footprint, and we really utilize that in conjunction with influencers to help us tell broader stories, more stories, and reach fans that are both really targeted for tune in or for purchases, and then those that we just want to introduce and remind you that the season's starting in in a couple weeks. I think we've seen great success with all of it, and folks have asked me. I think this continues to be one of the most interesting places for us to evaluate, as this market basically just came about in the last couple of years, and I think we really getting to what it looks like and what good looks like is. It depends on the brand and depends on the influencer and it depends on the execution. And so there's so much opportunity here for us. I'm really engaged, and I think this is like super interesting place to be.
Well, I'm very excited to see what you guys do with it. Now, obviously, you guys have been tremendous partners, and thanks for giving us the opportunity to work with you.
Of course.
I'm actually jumping the gun by a few minutes, but only because it's our friend Leonard Armato just asked a question. I have to bring it up.
Hey, Leonard.
Leonard. So he asks, and it's in true Leonard form, giving you all the credit. The NBA. How can the NBA get more credit for the impact it has on our culture, whether fashion, music, or purpose-driven activities? So how do you get that credit? Because obviously you have the best influencers in the business playing, and obviously you guys engage with whether it's President Obama or Lil Wayne. How do you basically, has everyone know that you guys are a zeitgeist moment whenever you guys open up your lines of communication?
Yeah, Leonard and I have actually talked about this a bunch, and it's he knows that this is something near and dear to my heart, in that I think there's very few other brands that have the reach that the NBA has, and that's somewhat due to the content. It's also due to our players and the way that they engage with their fans, and it also is due to how we engage with our fans as a league. Every team has really robust support for their fans, whether you are actually sitting in Houston or you're a Houston fan sitting somewhere else in the world. And as a league, we really are focused on our fans. They're the center of everything that we do. And so I think this notion that we have so much influence and that our players have so much influence in the culture around us. I would just go back to what you said at the start, which is like, a lot of folks have said to me, the pandemic felt real when you guys paused your season. And I think, it is those types of moments where we need to understand and our impact on culture and exactly what we can do to ensure that is the most positive. But also, I think what we're really trying to do is to figure out how we can understand better what impact we do have on culture. We see it in sneakers, we see it across the board, we see it in fashion, just a number of different places. And it is something that we are really focused on, both understanding, but also ensuring that we have a stronger voice there.
That's great.
Leonard, for the question.
So now we're in the question Q&A phase. This is a lot of fun, so I'm sure we'll get some stuff from everybody else. One of the questions that has come up is, interesting. I follow Woj, is it Woj or Woj? W-O-J on Twitter. So are you glued to the trade wire? When blockbuster trades like Harden to the Nets happen, does it mean that you have to scrap entire storylines and promotional materials to head towards different types of star kind of grouping? So is that your every morning you're looking to see what happens, or how's that work for your team?
I got to give a shout out to my team, because they are one of the things that we have talked about since I've been at the NBA is kind of being on the balls of our feet. And I think that they are one of the most agile marketing teams in the business, so that, the day after the Harden's trade is signed, we are utilizing, him in marketing, and that we have pivoted a lot of our assets to him in a new jersey and a new uni and in a new place. And that is a real testament to both the agility of the team and the creative vision that they have around bringing players to life and how we showcase their efforts. But yeah, things change a lot. And I would just look back at the last year. I don't think that we would have predicted any of those things. And so we just continue to stay agile and deliver the best work we possibly can at a time when things are fluid.
Sure. We spoke about your phenomenal team, and I can attest they really are a tremendous team. They are on it every moment. I guess what's the locker room speech you gave when you decided to relaunch right around Christmas time, 2 months after you guys finished? So is that I know you're exhausted, but there's one more quarter to go. What'd you do for them?
Yeah. 2020, the 1920 season was the longest season on NBA record. It was altogether it was about 12 months. And so we had several weeks for off season, but we definitely knew that Christmas is known for an NBA day. And it felt both to the team and also to the league in general that coming back on Christmas really was fan-centric and was really about, being back to what fans have come to associate with the NBA and spending Christmas Day with a slate of amazing games. And so the locker room speech was actually not that much of a speech as it was them leading us to how do we actually get this done in time. Certainly a few weeks is a short period of time to turn around a campaign. But they did it, and we are in market with a campaign that I think, by all indications is really working and is really targeted. And so, it was less about me telling them and more about them telling me, like, here's what we got to do, let's go. And I love that. I love that about the team, that, they were already in it.
Well, you're very humble, but they are a great team. So I'd love to kind of pursue into that. So now you're back in the mix already. Last year, I was, again, very fortunate because we were able to go to the All-Star game. That was kind of the last big event before coronavirus. I remember that indelibly, besides it being obviously a great event. How is that going to look this year? And if you have not announced, I'm not really sure, but just as a fan, is that something that is, it's going to be bubble mentality? What's the play there, or how you guys going to plan on doing it?
Yeah, discussions around the All-Star game are still, sorry, that's my dog, are still ongoing. And with the Players Association and with our internal teams, obviously, we're going to stay close to health and safety protocols around that. And today, actually, All-Star voting was announced. And so you can go out there and start voting for the players that you think should be All-Stars this year. I would be remiss if I didn't have that pitch. But, as things are super fluid, we're going to keep talking about this and kind of figuring out what makes sense with regards to an All-Star game.
No, that makes sense. Well, we'll be waiting with bated breath, because that is one of the best weekends of the year usually. So another question came up, actually interesting. So when the finals happen, kind of an old age-old debate. There's like Lakers, Celtics, the kind of the legacy matchups, and then there's like the Bucks. Warriors are now kind of mainstream before, but they weren't before. Like, do you guys, without rooting for teams, do you like just the big legacy ones? Do you want new markets with kind of really super engaged fans that have never had that experience before? How do you guys think about, like, what is like the ideal matchup for you guys to get out the word?
Yeah, for me, it's all about the competition and the basketball. And so I think we have some of the most exciting content on TV or on social. And so the idea that we would have a number 5 seed Miami Heat go up against the Lakers was amazing. And I think what we saw was some just phenomenal play from, folks who've been around the league for a while, like LeBron and Jimmy Butler, but then also, Tyler Hero was a real breakout. And we saw just some phenomenal plays of rookies and folks who've been around the league for a while. So for me, I love seeing where the competition lands and then taking that and developing storylines around those two teams and what it means for them and kind of what it means for our fans who are cheering them on.
That's great. And then kind of pursuant to that, so now you have these different storylines, you've got all these people that are engaging in different ways. What are the ways, so those that are listening and brands that can figure out ways to hopefully sponsor these things, what are the ways that fans can engage? There's obviously linear TV, there's the NBA network. Are you guys simulcasting or live casting on Twitter or on other places? Like, how do you guys get the word out so everyone can watch it?
Yeah, so I mean, we have a significant presence across our social channels, and we also have League Pass and NBA TV. So you can see a lot of the games that maybe aren't on national TV or in your local area, and for us, it's very similar to our marketing strategy with content distribution, which is we want to be where fans are. And so as we continue to see evolutions of new platforms, we want to be there. As we continue to see, platforms that have been historically really successful for us, we want to be there. And so it is really about meeting our fans, and it is about ensuring that you can access amazing basketball, the best basketball in the whole world, wherever you go.
So we have about 2 minutes left. Time flew by. It's kind of a sage advice that you can provide. If someone is trying to figure out a way to keep their team motivated and excited in 2021, what would you say to them as a professional or personal level to get that best out of them?
Yeah, I think I look at what our players were able to accomplish in the bubble, and just looking at the resilience that they had in living in a bubble for 4 months, and for them to fight to the end for a trophy. I think that that's really what a lot of folks are doing on a daily basis. Many of us have kids at home or are dealing with other challenges around kind of, working in a different way than we're used to. And so, for me and my team, it's about giving each other some grace that, you're in my home now. So you're going to hear my dog bark. You're going to, my kid might come in and understanding that and giving each other a little bit of grace on that. But also knowing that, these we learned so much through the last year, and we will continue to learn through this year. And we're doing it all together. I think, that is one of the pieces that has been really helpful for me, is to know that none of us are alone in this. We're all dealing with this situation as best we can in as many ways as we can, but we're doing it together. And I think that that's actually one of the most gratifying things, is to know, you have people alongside of you who are also focused on this.
You've been an amazing captain at the helm. Your team is phenomenal. It starts from the top and goes down. Thank you for your time today and how busy you are, and truly appreciate it, and looking forward to talking nerdy in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great to be here. Thanks for having me.
That's good.
Thanks so much, guys. That was a wonderful session. Definitely one of my favorites we've ever had. Kate, we're going to miss you this year. We would love to be at the All-Star game and at the NBA Tech Summit. We are hoping for a speedy recovery of the economy and of everybody's health, and we'll hope to see you at the 22 game.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Look forward to it.
Okay, thanks. All right, moving along, we have another OG in the building, Carrie Purse. She is the principal of Influence and Inspire Consulting. Carrie and Influential have been friends for many years, have done a lot of great work together. So when we found out that she wanted to join us for this session, we were really excited. Welcome to the stage, Carrie, and you're going to be interviewed by our own Greg Reese, who is, there he is. Hey, Greg.
Oh.
Have a great
Well, thank you.
conversation.
Yeah, excited to be here. Excited to welcome you into my home too, and everybody else.
Oh, Greg, you're muted. He's like a grandpa. God bless you, Greg. Is it working yet? This is, believe it or not, this is his first Zoom. There's a button in the bottom left corner, says mute, or it says stop video next to it. You see it? Still no sound. Oh, connecting to
there we
audio.
go. I see
think
it.
we're in business.
It's happening.
Greg, you coming in?
Oh,
Oh, it went silent again.
Come on, Greg.
Ryan rooting for you too.
Is that it?
yes.
Yes.
All right.
All right. Have a great conversation, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, Carrie.
Hey, Greg.
I
Welcome to the party.
love technology. Yes, I had my earphones in, and obviously that didn't work, but great seeing you here, and thank you so much for joining our Brand Innovators event today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course. Cool. So we can dive right in and kind of like get into it. I guess our first question here is, you've been really around as a head of social media and influencer marketing for some time now. Really kind of the largest media companies in the world, like Omnicom Media Group and OMD. And now you are the principal and CEO of the company that you founded, Influence and Inspire. So just curious in terms of your business model and kind of, what is it like to be an influencer marketing business versus working as, the head of social at one of the largest agencies in the world?
Yeah, no, it's, I started my own consultancy about 2 years ago, and I really focus on content strategy, social media, influencer marketing. And, a lot of my business actually does touch influencer marketing for sure. So, the nature of being a consultant is the work is always kind of temporary, right? So you work to fill a very specific need. So some engagements are short and some engagements are long. I would say that, when I work with different brands, it's kind of on one or two or three different ways. So, the first is they need somebody to come in and simply execute and plan an influencer campaign, right? So they've got a very specific initiative. They, want somebody with a little bit of expertise to come in, select talent, ideate creatively, vet, measure. And so they may or may not have those resources on hand. And if it's just a campaign, sometimes a consultant is like a great solution for that. Other times, I work with a lot of brands who just consider influencers to be a core element of their content strategy overall. So how do they want to show up, from an owned and operated perspective? What is the type of content that they want to put out as a brand? How do they then augment that with influencer content? So some of the messages you want to communicate about your brand are great coming from the brand. Others, it's nice to have influencer content help you create that and communicate that in a way that delivers on kind of relevance. And then the third way is a little bit more around capability development and operations. So some organizations use consultants to help actually establish a capability. So they want to build an internal team that can handle influencer marketing, and they need somebody to kind of come in and set up the systems, the processes, hire the people, design the work product. And you can do that soup to nuts, or some larger organizations already have a great high-performing team, and they just need someone to come in from like a very surgical standpoint. They're like, this thing in my process does not work. How can we fix that? Whether it be measurement or, making sure that influencer marketing is planned kind of farther upstream with some of the other brand communications. But yeah, I would say overall, consultants are flexible, and there's lots of interest and really interesting challenges to solve in the influencer marketing space.
Awesome. That's a great answer. I guess, obviously, we've been experiencing extreme challenges, right, over the past year or so with COVID and so on and so forth. And so I guess starting your own business and being in the influencer, the social, influence marketing space and social media industry, what were some of those challenges that you faced when the global pandemic hit back in March? And how did you overcome sort of all the challenges that were in front of you?
Yeah, so I would say, when the pandemic hit March, April, the industry, but honestly, the country we all just kind of froze for a minute. We didn't know how long it was going to last, or, and we didn't even really know that much about the virus itself. And so I think there was a minute where either my clients decided to just halt and stop all in-market activity. And then there were others that were like, let's just not change anything, right? We don't have enough information, to make any big changes. And I think that was like the initial reaction. Maybe, around June, I would say that a lot of the brands like, okay, we kind of understand, this is going to be a longer term scenario for us. We started to learn a little bit more about how consumer behavior was shifting. And so once we were able to refocus and start to think about how to effectively market within the COVID-19 and pandemic environment, I would say the largest challenge, at least in guiding clients, was a total lack of benchmarks and precedent, right? I don't know what success is going to be in this moment, right? I don't know if all the statistics around additional time spent consuming social media content and influencer content will actually have any business impact for brands. So my biggest challenge was just trying to guide clients, helping them navigate the uncertainty, and using good assumptions to gauge whether your tactics were going to be successful without actually having any type of historical performance to lean on.
Got it. That's interesting. Being that obviously we're talking about social media and influencer marketing today, and that obviously this is the theme of our event, can you tell me a little bit about how the brands that you've worked with in the past how important it is really to your overall marketing mix, and kind of like how you prioritize influencers within sort of the overall social media ecosystem.
Yeah, so I can actually give you kind of an interesting and really specific answer to that. So right now, one of my current projects is that I was hired to lead influencer marketing for the Ad Council's vaccine campaign. And so, we all consider this campaign to be one of the most important and critical, of our lifetimes. And when you think about how to use influencers to help disseminate information that will help people, all different audiences, start to feel more comfortable and less hesitant about getting a vaccine, you start to have a much broader definition of the word influencer, right? So one of the most important things is to use medical professionals in the medical community to get additional fact-based information out there, so the people who are trying to make informed decisions about their health and the vaccine really feel comfortable with the amount of information they have access to and the sources that it's coming from. In addition to, really looking at doctors and pharmacists and healthcare professionals, kind of the trusted messengers of that content. We also, want to think about that broader definition of influence, and how do we use a larger community to really spread the word. So for the Ad Council's vaccine campaign specifically, I would say that the messenger is equally important to the message in getting additional fact-based information out there. So it's very critical to the marketing mix.
Got it. And in terms of, diversity within that marketing mix and kind of the importance on that, can you touch on that a little bit as to, diversity angle and diversified messages as you're getting that word out on social?
Yeah. So, when you look at activating a program that really is guided by that broader definition of influence, you want to think about all of the key categories of influencers that can help contribute to the overall cause. Ad Council likes to say we have a huge tent with this program, and so want to make sure that we are really leveraging the right messengers, and they're very diverse, so everything from, as I mentioned, healthcare providers, but also, the greater medical community, academia, to create some of that fact content. Government organizations are critical in getting the word out. And then in terms of, other messengers that are relevant and play a role in the overall communication, it's everybody from certainly celebs, athletes, musicians, social influencers, the faith-based community, hyper local, like community leaders, the news media. And so what we're trying to do is really orchestrate all these different types of influencers as sources of influence against, getting the additional knowledge out there for the vaccine specifically.
Got it. Yeah, no, definitely. Clearly is one of the, most important, in my opinion, campaigns of our time coming up, and getting the word out about the vaccine, and making sure the education is out there in the sort of digital / social ecosystem for sure.
Yeah, because there's just people have questions, and rightfully so. COVID has obviously impacted all of our lives tremendously, and one of the key ways back to not normal, but some semblance of that is achieving those levels of community immunity that we all want to get to, and so it is really the job of these different influencers and thought leaders to help educate and really get the word out.
Awesome. Well, great job, and looking forward to seeing what comes with that. Kind of switching gears a little bit, I guess, at this point. Would love to kind of just learn a little bit more about, obviously, clearly your expertise in the industry for so many years and being a leader at major agencies and now the CEO and founder of your own company. How important is, sort of bottom of the funnel attribution within influencer marketing versus, sort of more so vanity metrics, likes, comments, shares, so on and so forth? How do you evaluate all of that within your influencer marketing mix?
Yeah, I mean, they are incredibly important. I think if I've heard it once, I've heard it a million times. Like, a brand's biggest challenge with influencer marketing is measurement. Oftentimes, anecdotally, they know it works. They know the content performs better in terms of a lot of those, engagement metrics. They get a lot of positive feedback. They generate a lot of positive conversation. But, in their mind, it needs to be directly tied back to what is the specific business impact, and it needs to be able to be customized to report on their specific KPIs. And so when we think about lower funnel metrics, those really are the more direct business impact metrics. I work with a number of different D2C companies. So they are fortunate enough to control the point of sale and also have, that great transparency into all of the data that surrounds controlling the point of sale. So at every stage in the consumer journey, how, all their owned and operated platforms, their paid media, their influencers are impacting the bottom line. And so a lot of times, the analysis we like to run for D2C customers is, one, who are those very specific influencers that are actually driving the largest impact or having the largest sales lift? And then the next is also being able to dissect whom in your audience, so which audience segment or subsegment is most influenced or most impacted by influencer marketing. And then are there nuances when it comes to geography, psychographics, interest, age, you name it, really being able to dig into those more granular aspects of your audience and how they react, and then doing more of a, like an iterate and learn, or a learn and iterate, being able to take those learnings and then apply them to future campaigns. So certainly for D2C brands, it's critical. They have the luxury of granular transparency into kind of every online action. But even for large marketers who don't necessarily control the point of sale, they do also love to be able to attribute as close as they can to sales, or other key measures. So I would say very important.
Awesome. Yeah, it's so cool to see that it actually works for campaigns, and just even being a little bit skeptical myself is, I've been with the company now for 4 years, but seeing a number of campaigns work from a e-commerce perspective or an in-store sales perspective, it's really sort of awesome to see, the impact of influencers and how they can, because I know myself, I'm buying things off of Instagram and
right.
influencers and doing it myself. And to kind of see advertisers have that same success is really pretty awesome.
Yeah. I mean, I just even think back to, I've probably been working with at least whatever iteration of influencer marketing for maybe the last 10 years. And a lot of what I touched when I first started working in influencer marketing was more in like beauty and fashion, because they were just,
right.
They embraced the idea of influencers so much, and would have these custom collaborations and just knew that it worked. And when you try to kind of evangelize the impact that influencers can have to other categories of business, they were always a little bit skeptical. They again, anecdotally knew it worked, but now being able to prove it. And then that also helps them with like channel allocation decisions. So if you are able to measure performance using the same KPIs as your other, media and marketing is measured upon, you're able to make a more informed, channel mix recommendation too.
100%, totally agree. So new marketing and innovation obviously has really become synonymous lately. In terms of marketing and innovation, what does innovation and data play really in your overall marketing strategy, and how important is that for you?
Yeah, so I think this is like an interesting question, right? For a number of reasons. I actually think marketing and innovation have merged, maybe that's the right word, maybe not. A lot of it is due to, I think, COVID-19 and people's desire to see stories of innovation, human ingenuity. How are things made? How are people solving really complex problems? What's new? What's your purpose? What are your core values, right? So I think they are really hungry for that type of information. And because there is that appetite to really understand kind of what goes on behind the scenes of a brand and how they're innovating and, how they're thinking about producing for the future, has then left it in the hands of the brand to better tell and communicate their innovation story. And you can tell an innovation story a number of different ways, like thought leadership. You can kind of have dedicated properties that really give like a look under the hood of how you're innovating, and how you are planning new product lines, how you are kind of planning on coming, bringing yourself to market. But influencers can also play a really great role when you have a desire to both show and tell, right? So instead of just kind of saying like, hey, here's our story and our product's going to be the best, greatest thing ever, do some product seeding, right? Send that new innovative product out to some influencers, have them really show people how they, how it's changed, how they're using it in their life, in words and content that really resonate with their audience. And so that begins to kind of better, unfold a little bit of your own innovation story as a brand and make it a little bit more tangible, for these people that are clamoring for it. With regard to data, so I think, from a data perspective, it's a little bit back to the measurement question. It's also, back to kind of targeting and audience insights. The more sophisticated you can get with influencer marketing, the better off you're going to be, right? It is a proper grown-up marketing channel and should be kind of judged to the same standards as the rest of your marketing. And so being able to be more sophisticated and pointed in your targeting, using data to better select and vet your influencers, having access to more sophisticated measurement that you can then use to make more informed decisions. It just creates a really nice kind of process and foundation to all of your influencer work.
Definitely. As we sort of make our way out of the pandemic and hopefully with the vaccine now and kind of coming out of COVID, what content considerations are you making for your clients related to adapting to creative and messaging as we're still sort of in this space with COVID, but sort of coming out of it at the same time? Mm-hmm. Things like social distancing and social issues, and sort of how does that impact your overall marketing?
Yeah, I think a lot of that is determined by the lifespan of the content. So if it is a short-term influencer campaign, it's going to go live in 3 weeks. my recommendation is that it should be reflective of our reality right now. So masks, if they're around other people in public, certainly social distancing, right? Kind of all of the social norms that are in place to kind of protect our health should be utilized. If the idea is that the content is going to be a bit more evergreen or used for a longer period of time, a lot of times for shoots, we do like shoot mask on, mask off, shoot around people, separated from people, and so kind of doing double duty. So it's still unpredictable as to when the larger portion of the population will be vaccinated, what the impact on kind of the business community opening up of different cities and different industries, what that's going to look like. So my guidance is be a little bit flexible, but we're not out of the woods yet, and we still need to, as we market, present ourselves responsibly and not in an insensitive fashion. I think that's that's the other thing too. I've seen some TV commercials where it's like, oh my God, they're standing so close to each other. Like you have like a guttural reaction to it. And so I think, just certainly avoiding any type of those situations.
100%. Yeah, I was even at a bank today, and it's like if this kind of places where you have to stand and so on and so forth is very prominent. And, hopefully we will all be adjusting to the new normal very shortly,
Yeah.
Getting through this.
Absolutely.
In terms of marketing, obviously you're a marketing leader in the space for such a long time. What's been sort of one marketing tactic that has been really kind of proven successful for you over the past year?
I would say that, this is going to be the most boring answer you're going to have, I think, all day. But, honestly, a lot of the clients I worked with who doubled down on the tactics they knew had historically worked. So if they had channels that they, really utilized a lot, and from a performance marketing perspective, those channels continue to really perform for them. As a consultant, I'm not trying to go in with like the biggest, sexiest, most groundbreaking campaign idea. I try to spend my clients' money like it was my own, and how do I balance risk and reward? And so a lot of it was don't throw out what is working, learn what needs to be tweaked, and let's make some changes. And a lot of the changes were less channel specific or tactic specific and more like content. It was more what you were communicating, how you were communicating it, when, but doing it in a way that, people felt like you understood their situation and that your values and how, you were approaching either the pandemic or just business in general was closely aligned with theirs. So it's probably not the sexiest answer, but I think it was just a year of learning and adjusting. There's certainly some breakaway stars, like, TikTok continued to explode. There are a lot of brands that saw really good success. You can drive direct attribution off of TikTok. Awesome, for a lot of marketers. But I would also say that, the usual suspects of social and digital platforms that drive performance, had a good year too, both from an advertising revenue perspective, but they also, continue to drive results for a lot of their clients.
100%. I feel like TikTok has been exploding for us. It's like, Instagram and Facebook have always been there, but TikTok really over the past 6-7 months. And even I look at my family and friends, my daughter is 10 and my son is 13, and just they're on, TikTok probably way too often and for way too many hours for sure.
Right. It's better than doom scrolling the news. So I'm in support of it.
Exactly. I do that.
Yeah, I do too. I'm like the social media masochist. I have to stop.
Me as well. So in terms of this year and kind of like looking forward, we're at the beginning of the year. What to you, are you looking forward to, Kerry, this year in terms of your overall work and sort of overall professional life? What's sort of exciting you for this year?
Yeah, when I look forward is I was able to kind of build and foster a lot of really great relationships through some projects last year that have kind of turned into kind of longer engagements. In addition to kind of being hired sometimes to manage specific projects, consultants are also great for being like fractional marketing leadership. So for a startup or other organizations that are smaller and kind of fledgling, being able to kind of tap into marketers who have been around the block a little bit, but hire them as a fractional capacity. And so I have a few arrangements like that, and I am just incredibly excited about the work that I'm doing with them. Just being able to kind of build brands from scratch or like totally pivot and rethink business models, and then how to bring that to life and drive that home through content, through influencer marketing, through, smart uses of social media. I'm really looking forward to kind of seeing their progress and what we can build together. And, I think it's funny, one of the things that I was like, I don't know if I can be a consultant because I like being around people when I work, right? Like, I don't know if I can just work from home, but and now everybody's at home, right? But the thing I did say is as soon as this is over, I'm getting my own office space. Even if my commute is 3 blocks, I need to go someplace. So also looking forward to when I can set foot in an office again.
Definitely. No, I completely agree. It's kind of much better to sort of be able to pop out of your office and speak to people and kind of have that versus Zoom or some virtual sort of reality. But
I know this is my home, office, gym, everything.
Exactly.
Here.
100%. Cool. So I think we have a few questions from the audience here. So from Darren, one of the questions is, what are some of your favorite, most impactful influencer campaigns and how is success measured?
So, of the ones that I have kind of, been involved with more specifically, I would say that so one of my favorite challenges is shifting brand perception, right? So it's a stodgy old brand, or it's not stodgy, but it is a brand that everybody associates with being one way, and you're trying to either modernize it or or bring that out into the world in a different way and really, really shift people's perceptions. So, some of the tactics I've used for that is sometimes when you suffer from a brand perception, it can be a little bit self-imposed, right? You believe that your customer is a certain way, or you believe that that is what your brand really stands for. But if you do a little bit of market research and a little bit of audience analysis, you can start to uncover that maybe your brand is far more, or your brand's audience is far more kind of complex and, includes a lot of different micro segments and interests. And so some campaigns I've run where we kind of pick apart these different interests and we activate influencers has been able to actually shift the perception of the brand. For ones that I have not been involved with directly, but have more observed from a distance and admired, is I still think one of the best uses of influencers of all time is Nordstrom's anniversary sale. It's like the Super Bowl of influencers, and they activate them all at once. And you cannot help but kind of see this really high quality content, but people who, I mean, the brand love just radiates from your feeds. And I think being able to accomplish that in an authentic way is really impressive.
Very cool. And I'm sure social intelligence and kind of like leaning into that and figuring out what people are talking on social, has that sort of helped that overall conversation and what you're putting into it?
Yeah, definitely. Especially for the ones where you want to shift brand perception, being able to kind of dig into a lot of that social intelligence can help you uncover some of those little gems that can really be great creative stimulus or stimulus for selecting kind of unexpected talent.
Awesome. See what other questions we have here, Carrie. How can brands that have been around for hundreds of years stay relevant and attract the Gen Z demographic without sacrificing their brand identity?
So, I mean, I could answer that question a bunch of different ways. It really depends on the brand, but you could look at a brand that's been around. Do they have a high degree of nostalgia? Then you can kind of go down, you know, a little bit of the retro nostalgia road, right? The retro chic. Does the brand have incredible product efficacy, right? So is it been around for 100 years because it is the best? Then you want to get that product in the hands of all these different influencers that can attest to the fact that this is the best. You know, people love to hear about, you know, the hottest, newest, greatest thing, but actually, you know, this tried and true solution is in fact the best. You know, is there an unexpected way that a brand that has been around for 100 years? So a lot of times brands who have been around that long have shifted their marketing mix, certainly, you know, obviously throughout the years, more digital, more programmatic, but they likely haven't, you know, shifted it that significantly. Like as they know what works, they know what drives results, and they continue to drive results. So can you do a test and learn campaign where you show up in a wildly different way, have it feel on brand through the use of content and the use of talent, but maybe be a little bit more noticeable through kind of where it's showing up. So these could be some of, you know, these more fledgling social and digital channels. That could also be, you know, a way to drive relevance. And I would say the fourth way is, you know, simply by partnering with people who are relevant for a Gen Z audience and also have shared values with you, right? So a lot of Gen Z as well as millennials, you know, care about, is the brand that I am spending my money on having a positive or negative effect on our planet, on our future, on our communities? So if there are values that you as a company hold, finding talent that's relevant with that Gen Z that also shares those values, I think is a great way. So I bet there's way more, but you know, that's kind of like four ways I would think about it.
100%. I feel like what you said about the test and learn with social and influencers is a big thing, and sort of, you know, bring together kind of a case study for some of these large brands that are stuck in their sort of stodgy ways and so on and so forth. It's a great way to kind of put a case study together for a large company. And I see Chris popping up, so that means that towards the end of our conversation.
Yeah, I'm sort of like award show music. I'm the wrap it up guy.
But far less subtle, yeah.
Exactly.
That's exactly really obnoxious. I just drop right in. It's like the music dropped from the ceiling. It's like floating.
I'm just glad I figured out the microphone. I'm like so happy now.
Well, thank you, Carrie, for a fantastic session. Actually, this is Greg's first ever moderation, so Cheers to you, Greg. Great job.
Greg.
We're gonna, who knew? Who knew? We've got Howard Cosell over here. Well, thank you guys so much. Fantastic session. Carrie, always a pleasure. Looking forward to working with you a lot more in the upcoming year.
All right, sounds good. Bye, everybody.
All right. Thanks, guys. All right. So moving it along, we are getting towards the end of our day. It is moving along quickly here today at Influential. So for our next session, we are going to have Eden Zylo and Aaron Goldston come to the stage. Eden is the Director of Global Marketing for Shea Moisture, and Aaron is the Brand Manager for Dove, both under the Unilever umbrella. This session will be moderated by Tiffany Pettit, the Director of Strategic Partnerships at Influential. Welcome to the stage, ladies.
Hey, ladies. Everyone can hear me. Thank you, Chris.
Hey, how are you?
Hello. Doing well. You guys, I'm way too excited to chat with you. So sorry if I'm too enthusiastic at this point.
No such thing.
Super excited to have you guys on. I know it's a long time coming, for sure. To reintroduce myself, though, to the brand innovators audience out there, I'm Tiffany. I'm on the partnerships team at Influential. We showcase and specializing in showcasing the effectiveness of influencer campaigns by tracking attribution, like sales inside Target and Walmart, foot traffic, you name it. And today I'm talking with two awesome women underneath the Unilever umbrella who touch multiple areas on brand teams, if thinking about, marketing, innovation, purpose, all of those things that are fine and good. And if you guys definitely want to look and stalk them like I have on LinkedIn or check out their bios on the Brand Innovator site, please do so. But yeah, excited to have you guys here. Hope you're healthy, COVID negative, or vaccinated if you're lucky. Love all of those things. So yeah, thank you for being here. I do want to kick this off and chat a little bit about where we are and sort of like where we've come since the last year, which felt like perhaps even, technically the last decade. Tell us a little bit about how your roles might have shifted or maybe adjusted to the times. Anything that's been sort of like a change since the last year in what you're focusing on in your specific respective brand teams. Eden, do you wanna kick us off?
Sure. Thanks, Tiffany. So for me on the Shea Moisture brand, what we realized is as we serve this kind of, multicultural consumer, when the stay-at-home orders kind of came in, we noticed that we had a huge influx in sales. People were kind of forced to do their hair at home and really think about wellness, self-care, and, having to really think about, they didn't have access to hair salons anymore. And so for us, one of two things happened. The first was that we saw a huge increase in sales, which was super hard to navigate, obviously, given COVID. We had to make sure that our manufacturing plan, supply chain, getting, stock to the store. There was a lot of work that was done by the team there. And then secondly, we do primarily market on digital. So a lot of our digital marketing efforts, though, also had to shift during that time. So we launched a campaign called At Home with Shea, where we really tried to provide tips and tutorials to consumers that were now, forced to do their hair at home. So I would say those were the two major shifts that happened for us in 2020.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, at least from a consumer perspective. Experimenting, playing with YouTube, playing with products and understanding what brands were, putting out in market and talking about just based on where we are and what was shut down, I think was super helpful. What about you, Aaron?
So I think the buzzword from my team has been pivot. We're like, if we hear that word pivot one more time, but 2020, all jokes aside, really was the year of the pivot. So I think a lot of brand teams, we're already talking about what we're going to be doing in 2022. We usually are 1, 2, 3 years ahead where we're making plans on how we want to communicate. And I think what was really exciting was we really had to take a step back from what we had planned for the year and talk about, does this make sense? Does this make sense to be airing right now? Is this culturally relevant? Everything from now you no longer have people wearing masks or socially distanced in communication. And so I think for me, what was really exciting was just being on the Dove master brand team, figuring out how we could quickly respond to what was happening around us. So one example, and I encourage everyone to Google if they haven't seen it, is a campaign from Dove called Courage is Beautiful. That was done in record time, I think in about a week or 2 weeks. That campaign was put together. It wasn't on the docket. It wasn't something that we were planning on, but it was all around highlighting frontline workers and really the beauty behind the courage that they were displaying for the US and the nation. And so I think that was an example of what we had planned to launch in maybe the first half of the year was very, very different than what we did. And we had to be comfortable with things not looking polished and perfect. And the way, the campaign that we ran was very simple. It was selfies and images that we found online of these different nurses showing the mask signs from hours and hours at work. And we found that that was really impactful because it was responding to culture at the moment. So I think for us, the big shift throughout the year was not only first for COVID, then we were like, we had all these plans for the second half of the year. And then with all the Black Lives Matter protests, we then came out with another campaign called America the Beautiful, again, responding to what was happening. And so I think while we traditionally have very set brand campaigns and tentpole moments that we've been planning, we really had to take a step back and reimagine what made sense for Dove given everything that was going on.
That is so interesting, and I think refreshing to also hear, because you hear this from D2C brands who are smaller, more nimble, can, adjust to the times really quickly. You don't always hear it so, impactfully, because we can look back and say that was definitely something that needed to happen from the larger Unilever and its brand teams. And it worked, and it was, not tone deaf in a lot of ways. To see that from such a global leader, I think is really impressive. It just goes to show you guys are awesome leaders, just being, on your team and being able to be part of those conversations. I want to talk a little bit about, I know, Eden, you, thinking about Shea Moisture, huge player in its commitment to supporting small businesses that struggled during the pandemic, specifically the Community Commerce Fund. Do you want to touch a little bit about what that was and then what that means moving forward for consumers and small businesses?
Yeah, so similar to Dove, when we had, the racial protests and everything happening in the summer of 2020, we also felt like a huge commitment to support Black-owned businesses. And they were the most impacted by COVID for several reasons, and they also weren't getting a lot of the government funding. And so we actually committed $1 million to support Black-owned businesses during this time through a combination of grants, as well as providing, webinars and other kind of services to help them think about how they can come back stronger after, COVID ends, which is still, yet to be determined as we continue to, go through this pandemic. But I think that for us, it was reinvigorating our Community Commerce Fund, which we've always supported, Black women entrepreneurs who are, who get the least amount of VC funding, but who are the highest rate of entrepreneurs in the US. And so I think it was great because we were really able to support our community and really spotlight them. We also did a campaign where we had different Black-owned businesses spotlighted every Friday throughout the year. So we really talked about, getting our consumers to go and purchase Black-owned, which I know was another kind of indirect movement that happened after all this was really, buy Black. And so we wanted to support that as well.
That's awesome to hear. Huge fan. Definitely necessary. I saw a lot of brands immediately after that was announced kind of follow in those footsteps. And if that needs to happen, create a snowball effect, like I'm all for it. You know what I mean? So props to you guys for that. Same thing with Aaron on your side and thinking about the Crown Act, which actually has been around for some time now. Tell us a little bit about what that means and what you're doing to kind of like evangelize that, if that's a good way to say it, throughout at least the US.
Yep. So I will say I was pretty proud of Dove that this wasn't just something that was just a response to everything that was happening, and really something that we had been, to be quite honest, quietly championed before this past year. I'm really trying to do the do before we start promoting the work. But for those who aren't familiar, CROWN, which stands for Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair, is all about advancing legislation that makes race-based hair discrimination illegal. So right now in the US, there's been countless examples of young men, children, women who have been either expelled from school, told that they can't graduate, a number of different things because of hairstyles inherent to the Black community. So one example is there was, again, if you guys haven't heard the story, I'd encourage you to Google, his name's DeAndre Arnold. He was told that he could not graduate unless he got rid of and cut his locks. And so one thing that Dove did was we actually sent him to the Oscars and had a really big PR moment to say, while your school might not think you're fit for graduation, we think that you're more than fit, just the way you are, for the Oscars, the red carpet, and anywhere you want to show up. But really what we're doing is trying to make it so that the Crown Act is passed in law nationwide. Right now it's passed in 7 states. And we really are, this is not just kind of like a one-off campaign, but we are really committed to championing this until this is no longer a conversation. I mean, it's crazy that we still need to talk about this. And just really excited for the momentum. We started something this year called Crown Day, which we celebrated on July 3rd. And this is going to be something that we are going to make an annual holiday to continue to raise not only awareness around the Crown Act, but also, flood everyone's Instagram, social media, everything with beautiful Black hair, so that people realize that, this is something that's beautiful and isn't something that you should be told that you need to change in order to fit in.
I love that. It's like emotional a little bit thinking about it, because it seems it's kind of mind blowing. You just kind of talking about what happened. It's just unheard of. Thankfully, I think for me, but super happy to know that you guys are in a place to actually make a change like that, and can't wait to do things like go to the Oscars and make big splashy PR moments again. Let's talk a little bit more about innovation. So like thinking about hair and the beauty consumer from a global lens, from, home base, what does that look like for you and your teams? Maybe specifically, Eden, do you want to start? I know that you're working across the world. I don't know if you're traveling as much, but what does innovation look like for your team?
Yeah, so unfortunately, no travel for the past year, but it's actually been a nice break for once. So yeah, the way that we think about innovation in terms of hair and beauty is quite interesting. I would say everybody wants to feel like a product is made for them, or kind of, creates results that are meaningful. But I also think that a lot more brands, consumers are looking to brands to be more purposeful and really standing for something as well. So I think what's great is that, all of our Unilever brands have a purpose and we all stand behind something. We communicate that pretty actively, through our marketing. And I think in terms of innovation, what's interesting is while, we serve different consumers globally, they're still all kind of looking for that same thing. And we still are focused on that underserved consumer. So in the US, that underserved consumer was the African-American consumer. In Mexico, I tell people like the underserved consumer is the curly hair consumer, because most people have straight hair. So who's underserved could look very different globally, but we're still focused on that underserved kind of consumer and making them feel beautiful, making them feel like they're the norm and that they're not an outlier or have to conform to whatever the norm is in their market. I also think that innovation will continue to kind of change as we stay at home. I think that more people are going to feel more comfortable taking care of their hair and have more at-home beauty routines. So we continue to innovate around, what that looks like. So we'll also see a lot more in terms of like the wellness space, really focus around like self-care and products that go hand in hand with that, versus only, the traditional kind of wash and care or styling products that we've seen in the past.
I love that. I'll ask maybe later if there's anything you can give away, like what's to launch maybe this year. Can't wait. Just gonna say that. Erin, what about for you and your team? What does innovation look like for you guys? I know you were doing a lot for. Well, I'll let you say it.
No, I mean, I think Eden hit every single key point. So really would just echo what she's saying. And I think we're seeing this across categories. So whether it's hair care or something, I think a lot of times the trends you see around skin and makeup all kind of lend itself to other categories. So people are at home, they're not spending as much time on maybe makeup, but they're very focused on caring for their health of their skin. So I think the same is what we're seeing with hair. Maybe, and again, I think it depends on whether you're looking at the Black consumer versus general market. But people are really investing because they have the time, because you have to be at home, because you can't do as much. Those self-care rituals matter more now than ever. So maybe before we didn't have the time for the 15-minute mask. We see more people doing that, more DIY, more customization. I think people are really taking advantage of their time at home. And so the innovations that we're looking into are also leaning into that space around, that self-care and pampering.
Yeah, that I mean, totally aligned. It makes me think about the research component, of course. I'm curious to know from both of you guys, how important is research? I know it's important thinking about your consumer, but what does that process look like in even just analyzing, consumer sentiment on social, or maybe what you're hearing from, any events or broadcasts that you guys put out in a different marketing funnel? How important is research, and what does that look like? Either one.
Yeah, so I can answer that question first. I know that we work really closely with our CMI team, our consumer insights team. So for us, as a global brand, as we launch in new markets, Shea Moisture is pretty much established in the US, but we're still expanding in different markets. It's very important to us that not only our portfolio will do well in market, but that our communication and marketing will also stand out and do well in market. So we've actually done a lot of consumer research and a lot of testing. We do both qualitative testing as well as quantitative testing via, surveys and online tools. We also will do interviews with consumers and market just to really understand who they are, what are their, purchasing behaviors, what products are they looking for, have they heard of the brand, what are their sentiments, or what other products are they using, which could be competitors. And we really try to understand, who that consumer is and try to really encapsulate, their personality into kind of like a consumer demographic. And so it's been really interesting as we do a lot of that work this year. So, we've launched in Europe, we're looking to launch in certain countries in Latin America. And I think like the consumer is very different globally, as I mentioned earlier, from an assortment and what they're looking for, but also from a marketing perspective and what's important to them in that market, right? The US could be further along on some things, but could be, behind on other things. So like, what are the kind of, geopolitical kind of social issues that are happening in market are also super important because we want to be top of mind and culturally relevant. So for us, research is super important. We do research even when we want to launch an ad that was in the US. We make sure to adapt it to the local market and test it as well before we launch it. So it's not just a copy and paste for us. And so we leverage our teams really well and look at that data before putting anything out there.
I love that. That's super interesting to hear. Same thing for you, Erin. I know you even mentioned you were part of developing the Amplified Textures line. I'm sure that's all research.
One of the things that I do love about Unilever, and whether that's Shea or Dove, is just the resources that we have at hand around testing. So just working, for example, your example around launching Amplified Textures, every step of the way we were checking in with consumers, validating even like the initial idea, all the way down to packaging. So it really is that art and science. So for example, we had several different packaging concepts, and then we go and we find, whoever that consumer is, whether it's, a certain general market, AA, but we took those. So for Amplified Textures, just to give a very specific example, we took those pack designs, we had a couple different routes, and then we tested it with that end consumer to make sure not only does the packaging resonate, the product, the proposition, it's very important that every step of the way we were testing. And then I think for Amplified Textures in particular, it was even more important. I think Shea has the benefit of really having the credibility, I'd say, with the Black community. They initially were created by a Black CEO family, the roots tied back to Africa, whereas Dove, unfortunately, is seen as a general market brand. So for us, really, really making sure that what we created was going to be something that was going to resonate was important. So even in the very beginning, we had a number of workshops where we brought in editors, beauty junkies, a number of real women, Black consumers to get their opinion. So some of the things we heard, for example, were, every general market brand just wants to slap gold onto a package and call it, for textured hair. Like we don't just need gold packaging. Show us something different. Show us something beautiful. So not only were we doing the qualitative, but also the quantitative research to make sure we were creating a mix that really was going to be something that the Black community loved aesthetically, but also making sure that the products work. So again, testing the products with R&D to make sure that the end benefit was really going to deliver on what we said.
That's so interesting. I'd love to be in like the war room, just a fly on the wall, like seeing.
We'll add you. We have some more coming up. So.
Put me on your cell phone, like in the back. It's interesting too because there's a woman, CMO of Nestle Waters, who was on earlier, and she mentioned how personal water bottle packaging is. Like you're putting it to your face and mouth and like enjoying it, all day. In some cases for hopefully a lot of us, but same thing goes for hair and products. I feel like any personal care products in general, like I want to make sure like I feel good using it. It comes out nicely, if it's aesthetically pleasing as well for my bathroom, like even better. So that's super interesting to hear that. Want to shift a little bit and talk about digital. I'm curious to know if your approach to digital has, I assume it's increased given COVID and kind of what your efforts are in that regard. But can you tell us about how that's changed or evolved or what the purpose and role of digital is for you guys? Eden?
Yeah, sure. So we primarily do focus on digital for Shea Moisture. So I would say while it's increased, it won't be maybe it's a huge increase because we haven't launched TV in like the past 3 years, for example, and just launched like a TV ad, I would say at the end of 2020 after doing a lot of research and really thinking about it. And so while our ad spend and our media spend around digital has really increased, we also get a lot of earned and organic kind of posts and engagement as well, which is like great for the brand. I think that we put out a lot more content. So from a content perspective, I do feel like we've kind of increased what that content is and what it looks like. So we did a ton of like virtual series, for example. So, we're very experiential at Shea Moisture. We used to do a ton of events, and obviously we couldn't do that in 2020. So we moved those to being virtual and kind of leading these like, virtual events for anyone to join, which I think was great because you're limited when you have an event, obviously in person. Only people from that locale or that have traveled there can come there. But, being on the global team, I love the fact that we had virtual events because I could now invite all of my consumers globally to kind of join and really kind of understand like the Shea Moisture brand a little bit more and really kind of like get to know like the US teams and like hear from US influencers and partners that we were working with. So I think in some ways it definitely expanded the scope of our brand and really got that awareness to be higher just because we were able to really scale our marketing differently because we were spending a lot more on digital and doing different things on digital. But in other ways, I think that it was in the large part more of the same because we were such a digital first brand and that we spend so much of our marketing on digital even pre-COVID.
Yeah, that's interesting. Of course, like from an internal capacity, but also thinking about global consumers, like how that I think that's impressive. Same thing for you, Erin, I assume.
Yeah, so I think for us,
thinking about digital.
I think for us, we've been thinking a lot about what does it mean. I don't know if you guys can, is it breaking up? What does it mean to be agile? So I think, again, things like TV campaigns, these super polished digital videos, like we've always been doing that. But one thing that I think has changed is how can we get away from things not being perfect, but good enough, and really making sure that we're responding to culturally relevant moments. So looking at agility, whether that's Twitter or Instagram, to really capitalize on moments is something that we are trying to get better at. A brand like Dove does have a lot of guardrails in place. So trying to figure out how do we use digital as a way to kind of be ahead and responding to things in the right moment, but also making sure it's on brand. So I think for us, it's really been a tool around agility. I also think kind of to Eden's point around people being at home, having more events. I think Crown Day, I was blown away. Again, Crown Day was supposed to happen at Essence. It was supposed to be in person. We pivoted that idea multiple times from COVID to Black Lives Matter to so many things impacted those plans. If I told you, it almost didn't even happen the week before, just because of a number of things that we had to jump through. But again, we had over 40,000 participants throughout the day. The number of women who are engaged, I think, if you put things out there digitally, if people can relate to the content, if they like the speakers, if it's something that they want to share, for us, it really became a viral moment. And that's all thanks to digital. So we had celebrities like Gabrielle Union tweeting about this. We had Tracy Ellis Ross, even Kamala Harris wrote Happy Crown Day. So I think digital has also been a great way to really get the word out and help spread awareness around the different efforts that we've had for the brand.
Can't wait. We have less than 6 months. Can't wait. Do that again. I want to talk a little bit more personally about how you guys are working with your teams. Of course, playing in the through line of thinking digitally. Have things been more collaborative? What is that process like to still churn out amazing initiatives and awareness of certain movements that you guys are doing and still working within the confines of your home and apartments?
Yeah, so go ahead, Erin.
No, I mean, I feel like I've heard mixed things from colleagues. I personally love the working from home. Like I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna have the social skills for when I go back in the office. At Unilever, I would say we've always had a flexible work environment. So every single Friday pre-COVID, everyone for the most part worked from home. Like when you come into the office, you could, but it was very, very empty. And again, if you had to work from home a couple of days a week, it was never a big deal. Surprisingly, I laugh because now I'm like, oh my God, I always have to have my camera on for all these work meetings. And we never turned, like we would work from home on Fridays and we would never turn our cameras on. There's so many people and partners, like again, we have a huge Dove team in London where I never even knew, it's crazy to think, like I kind of knew what they look like from maybe their LinkedIn photo or the one image on Teams, but now everyone's turning on their camera. And while I joke that sometimes I'd rather, we not, it has allowed me to feel a lot more connected to some of my teammates globally. And I also think it's easier to get time on people's calendars. So if you want to find 15, 20 minutes to chat, it's the hurdle isn't there as much around making time because people don't have to shuffle and go back from conference room to conference room. But I've actually felt like I've gotten closer to certain colleagues by working from home, especially some of our colleagues overseas.
Same. And to speak of your social element, that's what this is for. Helps us practice being social. But yeah, I totally hear your sentiment. What about you, Eden?
Yeah, so I mean, I would echo Erin's sentiments as well. I also think that it helps because you just get a lot more family life involvement. So you're now hearing about parents and kids and other kind of issues that you wouldn't normally kind of present when you were going into the office in the workday. I think that a lot of people were very confined, and I think that now we have a much better picture of people. I've definitely noticed that I've been a lot more authentic, and I don't know if it's COVID or Black Lives Matter or all these things kind of all together, but I think that in general, employees, I feel are being treated more humanely, which I think is actually great, and I hope it continues. But I think I had the opposite kind of effect in terms of having more meetings because we weren't shuffling from conference room to conference room, because I wasn't traveling, because I wasn't doing much. It was any time on my calendar that was open was getting filled by somebody somewhere. And globally, that means early mornings, late nights, working on some holidays. So I think that was very much in the beginning. I think now it's kind of slowed down because people realize okay, just because you're at home and available to meet all the time, but you still have work to do. So you can't just be in meetings all day. It's slowed down a bit, but in the beginning, I was I honestly had more meetings than I did pre-COVID, and it was taking up a lot of my time. So yeah, I think there are definitely pros and cons. I'm also not sure what's going to happen if and when we ever go back to the office, but it'll definitely be interesting to see. And I'm just glad that we've gotten to know our colleagues much better, so you can now feel more comfortable taking those days off when you need them, or saying that you have a family emergency to attend to. So yeah.
Yeah, I think I have photos first week working from home. And it's not we haven't worked from home, but just for such an extended amount of time, I was wearing jeans, I was buttoned up, here ready at my desk. And then it got to, I'm wearing a blanket. I'm really it's cold outside. We're still working though. And then to your point on, yes, back-to-back meetings, I see you have a 5-minute gap, people are in there scheduling it for sure. So I love a cushion a little bit. We still have to get up, get water, walk around and stuff. So it's been interesting to navigate. How are you guys balancing sort of, to speak a little bit about that, work and professional life? What do you do to kind of turn off or escape, and what's that look like?
So I will say it's been hard. I think because you're home, kind of to our point before, everyone expects you to be available 24/7. So I think I'm trying to get better. It's a work in progress. I'm still not good at it, but one of my goals for this year is to be better at setting boundaries. So one thing that I actually did, I have a coworker, her name's Alyssa. She religiously wakes up every day at 5 a.m. Like she always does it, and she's all about her alone time in the morning. So she actually started, you can look at our hashtag, it's called the Alyssa Effect. She started this 5 a.m. challenge that a group of us have been doing. I mean, I've been struggling with it, but for the last 21 days, and it's all around creating routine and rituals for yourself in the morning. So whether that's showering and putting on clothes, if it's reading a book, if it's drinking tea, if it's meal prep, if it's scrolling through your Instagram, it's all about finding time for yourself in the morning. And so while I haven't always been successful about waking up at 5 a.m., I think it's at least been nice. Like there's a private Facebook group where everyone kind of shares what they've done in the morning, how they've used their time. And I think it's just been helpful to get me a little bit more mindful around setting boundaries, because what I would do, like whenever I'd wake up early, like, and again, I did this today, so I'm not always the best, is it's just easy to just go straight into work. Like, oh, I'm up at 7, like I have all these things to do. But I think if you don't set the boundaries, it's just, and I think one thing that helped when we were in the office, at least at Unilever's, we had shuttles. So like I had to leave, like I didn't care what we were doing at 5:30. I was like, if I don't catch the shuttle, I'm not about to take a $60 cab ride back home. So it was either the 5:30 or the 6:30 shuttle. And so it really forced you to, even if it was only for 30 minutes, like shut things down. Whereas I think working from home, it's just harder to get that time back for yourself.
I mean, shout out to Alyssa. Everyone who's those. There's the book, The 5 a.m. Club, which I too have tried, and I'm a morning person, but like, 5 a.m. is a little bit different than 6 a.m. and so I hear you in that struggle, but shout out to you having team members that are really like, pushing and inspiring you guys. I love that. Eden, what about you?
Yes, I'm the opposite. I'm not a morning person. Don't think 5 a.m. would work for me.
I'm not either.
But
I don't know why I signed up for this.
But I think what I've been doing is I've been trying to limit like screen time. Just like I think that last year I spent a lot of time on the news, a lot of time on digital, a lot of time like in front of my computer. So when the weather was nice, in the summer, like I would take a walk every day after work, like between like 5, 6, 7, and I would literally like leave my phone at home and like not even have access to it, so that I could really unplug and unwind, which was super great. And like my manager even knew, he's like, oh, I think I texted you, I think you're on your walk. So it was like really great to just, yeah, because I'm like, otherwise he would just be texting me all day, and I would be responding right away. And so
can we do a walk, Eden? Can we do a social distance walk?
Yeah, can we? Well, now the weather isn't as great, so it's been a little bit harder. I can't do like, I'm on the East Coast and I can't like be walking in the winter. It just doesn't work for me. So it's been a little bit harder, but I've been doing actually like virtual like fitness classes with my 2 cousins. So one of my cousins is like a fitness trainer. So she's like really nice, giving us like free kind of like training every day. And we only do like 30 minutes actually, so it's not that long, but we kind of commit to it. And it's also a time for us to just like catch up personally. So that's been nice too. But I would say like those are the things that I'm looking forward to when the weather gets warmer. Is like hopefully I can go back to doing something outdoors so that I'm not like at home just like scrolling on my phone or like going between like my phone, computer, and TV. It's just too much screen time. And then I've also tried to make a commitment to read more books this year. So I'm working on doing that as well.
Oh, I love that. I'm like inviting myself. I'm going to come be a fly on the wall for research, and then I'll come to your fitness class.
Let's do it.
You do that too. And then,
yeah, come through.
Form a book club. Like,
I know. I want to join the book club.
Yeah, let's do it. I've actually been thinking about like creating one or joining one. So.
Please, I'd love that. I need to be more I'm in one actually, but it's forcing me to again take the time out, which is only more beneficial to me and showing up in my work. So I'm all about it. Okay, I'm going to shift a little bit to questions. We have some questions from the audience. One person's asking, they're curious to know if the Unilever team is seeing shifts to e-commerce and if the brand teams are integrating digital media efforts and leveraging these for shopper performance, or are they 2 completely separate divisions? That could be for either one of you, actually.
So I think overall, like e-commerce has been booming because of COVID. So like they always do these monthly town halls where they share performance. I'm like, I wish I was the e-com lead because she is just getting triple, just like crazy growth. So it's a great time to be in her position because her just lots of growth there. And yes, I think what we do on digital, we also try to do for shopper. Even for example, I mean, this for Crown Act, it's a little bit different because it's not a product, but Walmart has been very, very engaged with our initiatives there, wanting to highlight, like even on Crown Day, we did a takeover on Walmart.com. They're very much, I actually might even need to leave this a couple of minutes early because I'm supposed to be speaking with Walmart, but they're very, very engaged on the purpose initiatives we're doing, not only from an in-store perspective, but also digital. And then we have a whole shopper marketing team that brings to life our campaigns from a shopper lens. So whether that's shopper specific influencers, doing certain things to drive to retailers. And then sometimes we have innovations that are retailer specific. So let's say we have a Walmart exclusive. In those instances, we'll really make sure we lean on shopper marketing and e-commerce to drive our initiatives versus maybe doing something on a national level.
Great answer. Another question actually has to do with influencers. What role does influencers play in your overall marketing mix? Are they upper funnel, middle funnel, or lower funnel across your efforts? I could definitely answer for both.
Do you want me to take that one, or do you want to?
Go ahead, Erin.
So again, I think it depends on what type of campaign it is. So I work with influencers both on new product innovation. So using them, and again, for something like Amplified Textures, a brand like Dove, I think a Black woman might say, I don't know if this is for my hair type. There's that barrier when it comes to trust. They might not think it's going to work. So influencers for us were very, very important, not only from like an upper funnel perspective to get awareness, but also to show that the product works and showing that end benefit. So definitely think it kind of across upper engagement awareness, every step of the way we use influencers. And then also I've seen really, really impactful work with what we're doing on the Crown Act. So we used our influencers to help raise awareness around the Crown Act. We had a number of Black female influencers this year. We asked them to share personal stories around hair discrimination, when, whether that's being on set. I was right before this call actually reading an article around women in Hollywood and not being able to find hairdressers, Black hairdressers who can do their hair properly. But influencers are definitely something that we use pretty much every step of the way.
Every step of the way. That's interesting. I love that. And to think about Hollywood, I'm always like seeing I think all of Shonda Rhimes' cast has like, I think she has dedicated Black hairstylists because their hair is always in tip top shape. To think about another question, what is the through line between your roles as part of the larger Unilever family? The company has been able to achieve consistency in its consumer perspective over time. Are there certain brand values that remain core no matter which brand division you might be in? That's an interesting question. I think, Aiden, you kind of spoke to that a bit.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So as Unilever, we definitely have like kind of core key pillars. So purpose is really important to all of our brands. So each brand will have its own purpose, right? So for Dove, as Erin mentioned, it's focused on hair discrimination. For Shea Moisture, it's really focusing on like the African American community and building that entrepreneurship gap. So each of our brands have their own kind of like personal purpose that makes sense for the brand depending on the category that it is and what they sell and who their consumers are. Purpose is really important. And then I would say that we have some overall key pillars. So e-com is really important to us as well. So it's really thinking through, okay, all of our brands need to be on e-commerce. How can we grow our business on e-commerce? Innovation is also really important. So, we love to innovate. We have a ton of products. So how are we innovating and taking into account the latest trends, the latest, technology and consumer insights to make sure that we are creating products for all of our consumers. So I would say there's definitely some core values that Unilever has across all of its brands, and then we kind of localize it or make it make sense for our brands individually.
Love that. This is my own question. I want to know, what are your guys' predictions for hair and beauty as a category this year? And you can even think too. I know Erin's over here planning 2022, she said. So.
I'm like, I can't tell you my predictions. You guys are going to steal those.
Maybe thinking about the consumer perspective, and we touched on it a bit. I'm curious to know what you guys are thinking or predicting.
So this isn't really specific to hair, and I wouldn't say this is like some crazy new trend. But for Unilever, it was a new space this year. So we, prior to 2020, we didn't sell hand sanitizers, and that has been something where we have seen tremendous growth. Like we basically had a whole bunch of brands who were like, this is clearly a need. So Suave came out with hand sanitizers. And so again, this isn't hair and it's nothing crazy new, especially given 2020. I think everyone probably is stacked up with hand sanitizers, but I'm curious to see how, from a Unilever perspective, how we continue to develop this. Like we have new teams in place that are focused on hand sanitizers and really looking at that as an innovation space. I think we'll probably see more around, how do you bring premiumization to this category? How do you bring beauty cues to hand sanitizer? How do you create mass sanitizers that smell good, different colors, just different sensorials? So I think this is something that will be a space that's going to continue to expand. So while it's not the sexiest, I'm curious to see Unilever's take on this moving forward.
I agree. There goes Chris dropping in.
I feel like I have to apologize for my presence now. By the way, ladies, just so you know, there's a new format now. It didn't used to be this intrusive, so I'm getting used to it too. But if you have something else you guys need to talk about, please carry on for a moment or two.
I just want to know, what are you guys looking forward to end it? But eat it and definitely go with what you were saying just now.
Oh, sorry, I was going to add one point to kind of what Erin talked about, and maybe I can include this with what I'm also looking forward to. I think that consumers are going to continue to want more from brands. They're going to want accountability. They're going to focus on sustainability. They're going to want us to really, put our money where our mouth is. I think that's definitely going to continue. So we have to be really, really, and they have to be wowed, like beyond kind of traditional marketing. So, yes, the product can work and it can be at an amazing price point. Like that's no longer enough to kind of be competitive in the market. So I think that that's going to continue to be important moving forward. One of the things that I'm looking forward to is, I have to say, hopefully, travel opens back up in a safe way and I can start, being on a plane once a month like I used to be. Definitely missing some of those, destinations that I was going to.
I love that. I'm traveling to, inviting myself again. Here I go. Go ahead, Erin.
So from a professional standpoint, we have a campaign that we're going to be launching this summer around June, July time for the Crown Act that I'm really, really excited about. I think it's going to resonate, be really strong. So very excited about that. From a personal standpoint, I'm excited for the summer. I feel like we still aren't going to be back in the office. I think I'm figuring out how I could probably work from home thing a little bit better. Like I was working nonstop this summer. I'm like, this one coming up, I'm going to do it differently. And then I'm also excited that my mom got her first shot of the vaccine. I spent a lot of time with her this summer and she was driving me crazy, naturally so with COVID. So I'm excited about spending more time with her this summer and some of that nervousness being reduced with her getting a shot and everything. So
good luck and congrats, all the positive vibes to you guys in that. Thank you so much again for being a part of this. We love this conversation. I thoroughly enjoyed talking to you guys, so we appreciate you being part of it.
Thank you. This was great.
Thanks, Tiffany.
No problem.
Thanks so much, Eden and Erin. Fantastic session. Tiffany, as always, you are I'll tell you guys, every single time Tiffany brings the heat. She brings the best sessions and is so good at this. Thank you for being so awesome.
Great panelists. It's all them. It's not me.
Humble too. I love it. All right. Thank you guys. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So we have made it to our last session of the day. A personal favorite of mine. This is a dear friend of mine. A recent friend, but a fast friend, a man that I love very much. This is Leon Logothetis. He is the host of Netflix's Kindness Diaries. He's also known as the Kindness Guy. You can find him on Facebook and on Instagram as @thekindnessguy. Welcome, Leon.
Thank you so much for having me. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Good. How's your dog?
He's good. How about yours?
Good. I banished him downstairs for the next 40 minutes.
Is he barkish? Does he get loud?
He does, but there's someone babysitting him, so it's fine.
Okay, very fair. And I dig the background. That is super cool. Nice promotional bit. Is it always like that, or do you set it up specially?
It really depends on who I'm chatting with. Sometimes it's their logo. Sometimes it's my logo. It depends.
Okay, got it. Cool. Well, so I have a question for you, and this is before we even get into like the real stuff. You are the kindness guy. Do you ever find yourself being mean and then just going, wait, I'm the kindness guy?
Do you know what? It's so funny you say that, because I absolutely do. There are times when I'm like at Starbucks and I'm like not being particularly pleasant, and I'm like, hold on, you can't do that. You're the kindness guy. You have to be kind. And I'm like, okay, all right. So then I go back and I do what I need to do. I behave like I preach, let's say.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the time that you end up on TMZ says kindness guy is unkind.
I don't have to be on TMZ because I admit it all the time. I'm like, look, I'm not perfect. No one is perfect, and that includes me.
That's fair. You know what? It's just the human condition. We have our days. I think I'm sort of the kindness guy, but sometimes I can be a jerk. So I think it's fair.
It is the way of the world.
Indeed, indeed. Well, thank you for coming on. I'm really excited to have you here. As I was telling you, I just spent the entire weekend binging your show, The Kindness Diaries, which you write, produce, you star in. I'm absolutely hooked on it. Please share with our audience what this show is about and what made you decide to go on this journey.
Well, look, I used to be a broker in the City of London. And on the outside, I had everything you could ever want. But on the inside, I had nothing. I was broken. I was depressed, eating too much, probably drinking too much. And no one knew because I was wearing a mask. And that mask told you I'm fine. Everything's fine. But the truth is, I wasn't fine. And I think many people can relate to that. We all wear that mask. Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. And I ended up watching the movie, The Motorcycle Diaries, which is a romanticized version of Che Guevara traveling around South America, relying on kindness. And there was something in that movie that touched my heart. It kind of opened me up to see that there's another way to live. We don't just have to come from up here, right? If we come from here and we live in that kind of vibe, that energetic vibe of our hearts, everything changes. So I decided to quit my job and start traveling around the world relying on kindness. And one of the things that I did was I purchased a vintage yellow motorbike, as you can see in the back, called it Kindness One, sort of like Air Force One, but a little bit yellower, and drove it from LA all the way around Earth back to LA, relying entirely on people like you, Chris.
Oh, my goodness.
And there was a bit of a twist, and the twist was that unsuspecting Good Samaritans would receive a life-changing gift. So if you helped me, you would receive something without knowing that was a benefit of you helping. And I also did Alaska to Argentina in a 50-year-old Beetle called Kindness 2, which if you can see just over there or there.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect. You got it.
Yeah. And that's really kind of the short version of how it all began.
That's very cool. So did you actually leave the movie and go like lightning bolt, like I've got to do this now? Or was this like a seed that was planted that took a while?
It was a lightning bolt in that moment, but the seed had been planted for a while, right? It was like the tipping point. It was, this has to happen. I cannot live like this anymore. I cannot live the way, let's say, society wants me to live. My family wants me to live. I have to live the way I want to live. And that's, again, it wasn't like I quit my job and, everything worked itself out and I got a Netflix show and, it was amazing. Bad things happened, right? That's part of life. It's the way the world works. It doesn't just happen like that, oh, okay. All right, then Netflix done.
But when you did quit your job, did you go in and say, I'm doing this?
I did. And actually the job was a family-based job. So I went into my dad And he looked at me like I was a professional nut job. And I was like, all right, bye. And I left.
Is he still mad at you?
What?
Is he still mad at you?
I don't think he's mad at me anymore. But it's funny because one of the first journeys I did was I walked from Times Square to the Hollywood sign, relying on kindness. And I arrived in Times Square and I'm like, this sounded like a great idea when I was in London, but not such a great idea when I'm in Times Square and I have to get to the Hollywood sign. And I had two choices. One, call my dad and say, Dad, can I have my job back? Never going to happen. Two, find my way to the Hollywood sign, relying on people like you. That's basically the choice I had.
That's amazing. Well, your family must be proud of you now. You stuck to your guns and you came through, right?
I hope so. I hope so.
Well, what made you decide that of all things that kindness was going to be your mission, and how did you start to roll that out?
Look, I felt profoundly alone as a kid, and I felt profoundly alone as an adult, and many people can relate, right? Mm-hmm. It's kind of part of the human condition, specifically in the society that we live in now. Mm-hmm. And I know what it feels like to be alone. And I also know what it feels like to be seen. I had this teacher who every day would look at me in the eyes and say, I believe in you, every day. And I didn't believe in myself, but she believed in me, right? And she was my hero. And I wanted to go out into the world and share as much as I could so that people could feel seen. People could feel like they had value. And I didn't want to do it in a preachy type of way. I wanted to do it in a fun type of way. And I wanted to do it in a way, basically a way like your first question. Have you ever been mean? Of course I've been mean, right? Like I remember a kid at one of the school speeches I gave, he put his hand up, he's like 12, he's like, Mr. Leon, have you ever been mean? And my first reaction was like, oh no, I'm going to lie to the child. And my second reaction was like, no, you're going to tell the kid the truth. Mm-hmm. And the truth is, yes, I have been mean because I am just like you. And authenticity, clearly, which is, kind of a word that we use these days, but if you come from your heart and you speak your truth, people flock to it because so many ways, whether it's with brands, whatever it is, it's like inauthentic. You come from your heart. That's why me and you get on, man. Seriously. Yeah. We get on because it's just, there's an authentic bond. It's just real. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I wanted to do with the show. I wanted people to feel my heart and to see themselves in the mirror of what we created.
Yeah. It's the most fun part for me, and this is just commentary more than anything. When I saw the concept of the show without looking deeply into it, I thought it was just about you traveling around and panhandling and being a beggar of sorts. But the redemptive part of it is that whole element of you actually taking these people. And I was actually telling my mom about this the other day. I was like, the coolest part about this show is that it's not the wealthy do-good people that are the ones that help you. It's the people that have it the worst. They're the ones that help you. And then you get the opportunity to give it back to them. And I love that part about it so much.
Do you know, I did that in some ways. I did that on purpose in the sense that I cannot accept money because it's in the show, it's very easy to just go into your pocket, take $10 and say here, right? But it's much harder to take this, your heart, your soul, your presence, and give of that. That was the transaction, not money, heart-centeredness, connectivity, humanity.
That must have been challenging at times because you had to get gas for your motorbike. And so you had to actually say, not only do you need to get me the gas, you need to take me to get the gas.
Exactly. In episode 1, season 1, day 1, hour 1, I was on Hollywood Boulevard and people were like, yeah, here's $10. I was like, look, I'm really sorry, but you have to come with me to the gas place because I can't accept your money. And they're like, oh, sorry, we're not coming. I'm like, no worries.
You're like, oh, just get in the van with me. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
So aside from the shows, you're a very accomplished author. You've written 5 books since 2011, bestseller sort of books. Tell me about how the books fit into the narrative of all this, which came first, and how it all came to be.
Look, when I was in my darkest times, I would read. I would read, I would read, and I would read. If I was depressed, I'd read a book about depression. If I was lonely, I'd read a book about loneliness. And I wanted to write books that could do that for other people. I wanted to write books that would inspire people to go out into the world and live their best selves. I wanted to write books where you immediately looked at what I was writing and were like, okay, this guy, I can relate to this guy. He's not like telling me that he's perfect, because he's clearly not, right? And if he can do this, then why can't I? And it was really, I wanted to write these books. I remember my uncle a couple of years ago, he said to me, Leon, do you know that I have a letter from you when you were 8 years old saying that you wanted to be one of you wanted to be a top author in England? I was like, wow, I couldn't remember that, right? But that's kind of, you know how therapists or people say, if you want to figure out what it is you want to do in life, go back to what you loved as a kid. And that's kind of what I loved, clearly. I loved sharing my message. I loved touching people's lives. I loved becoming better. And when I speak at schools, or I speak at conferences, or I speak at businesses, I try and impart my wisdom, but I also get wisdom from others, right? It's the same thing with the branding stuff we've done. Yes, you want to kind of have fun, you want to have an adventure, but you also want to humanize the product. You want to humanize the brand. And you do that by having someone who truly believes and does what he says he does, and says, I ain't perfect. Just like you, I ain't perfect.
Said in proper British ain't.
Exactly.
Love it. So tell me how did the books lead to the show, or vice versa? How did that all come about?
I'm going to tell you a little story, which I actually have never shared with anyone. Maybe I shouldn't. I'm going to say it. So my first ever book was called Amazing Adventures of a Nobody, right? That was my trip from Times Square to the Hollywood sign. And no one wanted the book. No one wanted it. No publisher. They were like, who are you? Go away. And in that time, it was about 2010, I went to a matchmaker, for relationships. And she couldn't find me anyone for whatever reason. I don't understand why, but she couldn't. But in our final conversation, she says to me, do you know what? I have a really good publisher. Would you like me to put you in touch with her? I was like, yeah, why not? So she put me in touch with this publisher, and I ended up getting my first book. Now, hardly anyone read my first book, which is fine, but the first book enabled the second book because it was proof of concept, right? So some of the times the book came first, some of the times the show came first. Please don't tell anyone that story about the matchmaker between me and you, right?
Yeah, and luckily there's nobody listening, so you're okay. So this is interesting. I wrote this question, before today, and today this kept being a through line. Everybody today, and I think it's part of just the time that we live in right now. Everybody was talking, and these are brand marketers. We're talking about being empathetic. In your opinion, how do kindness and empathy interrelate?
So sometimes people say to me, they say, Leon, what is the secret source of kindness? To me, kindness is simply helping someone feel less alone. That's it. That's my definition. And the secret source of kindness is, in fact, empathy. It is feeling someone else's pain. And when we live in a world where there is no empathy, Auschwitz happens. Oh, Leon, that's, don't talk to me about Auschwitz. Too far away in history. The truth is that when we live in a world without empathy, Auschwitz happens. It is one of the most profound human traits that we need to reconnect with. Because when you feel someone else's pain, you do everything in your power to stop that pain. When you don't feel someone else's pain, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
You dehumanize someone.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter, but that is the secret sauce.
Gotcha. Okay. So you sent me 2 great trailers recently, upcoming projects, I believe. One's called Why Am I Here? And the other is Reveal God to Me. Can you tell me a little bit about those projects?
Sure. So Reveal God to Me. I had a couple of years back, I was having a dark night of the soul. And I remember ending up in a bookshop in Venice Beach. You know, what's it called? Mystic Bookshop. You remember that?
Yep, I know it. Mm-hmm.
And I saw this book by Yogananda, the autobiography of a yogi, and I opened it randomly. And in it, he was saying to his guru, if you reveal God to me, I will follow you anywhere. And I had an epiphany. I was like, that's it. I'm going to India to find God. And I did. I went to India and I found God. But a little secret is that after I'd gone to India and come back, I realized I didn't have to go to India to find God. But that's, don't tell anyone that, otherwise they won't watch the documentary. And then Why Am I Here is really another TV series whereby we go to, like, for example, Argentina, and we go to these places and we find inspiring people that answer the question, why am I here? And what am I doing to inspire other people to live great lives?
Okay. Since we have an audience of marketers, leading marketers watching this interview, I'd like to, I've seen that you've done quite a bit of stuff with brands. I think, and it's like I was talking about earlier, I think kindness and empathy are becoming critical portions of the way a brand's ethos is portrayed now. Can you give me some examples of some ways that you can work with marketers and how you can be effective within an organization?
Look, one of the most important things for me is to get my message of kindness and empathy out to the world. And it is not my message, right? It is a universal message. I just happen to kind of, I don't want to say be an expert at it, but have dedicated my life to it. And we do that in many ways. We do it through shows, you know, brand integration. We do it through campaigns. We do it in any way that the brand feels like they want to work with us. To me, I get many opportunities to work with brands, but I really don't say yes unless I feel that the message that they have is not just an external message, it's an internal message. Like we work with Southwest. Clearly they're a company that has kindness flowing through their veins. And I remember walking into the Southwest head offices in Dallas, and I felt the love. I felt it. Their message on the external was exactly the same as the message on the internal. And that's something that's really important to me. I don't want to work for companies that don't live and breathe it. Yeah, make money. Don't get me wrong. Make as much money as you want. But the purpose of my role is to take that heart that you have and to share it with the world as best as I can. And as long as the projects that we do have a sense of humanity and make people feel, we have a little trick in the office. Well, we don't work in the office anymore, but when we did,
the virtual office,
called "Have we passed the goosebump test?" And what that means is when we edit something, does it give us goosebumps? And if it doesn't give us goosebumps, we go back until it does. And only then do we share it with the world. And that's an important piece of the puzzle when it comes to working with brands. Can we create something that inspires passing the goosebump test? And if we can, we're good. If we can't, then we don't stop until we do.
Got it. Well, speaking of goosebumps, that actually leads me to a great next question. So when I was watching the Kindness Diaries, there was a story of a homeless man named Tony that you met in Pittsburgh. It was especially poignant to me. Would you share that story with our audience?
Sure. So I would travel around the world and I would go up to people in the street and I would say, can I stay in your house tonight? And they would say, no. Fine, no worries. I was in Pittsburgh having some problems finding a place to stay. Go up to this chap, say, talk to him a little bit, say, can I stay in your house tonight? And he turns around and he says, look, I'm really sorry, but I'm homeless. Feel a lot of shame. He certainly didn't look homeless. He's about to walk off and he turns around and he says, but you know what? If you want, you can stay with me tonight. I'll feed you, I'll protect you, and I'll give you some clothes. Every part of my being, every fiber of my being was like, Leon, my good friend, you are not staying on the streets of Pittsburgh tonight. But there was that like counterintuitive voices like, buddy, you are staying on the streets of Pittsburgh tonight. And that's exactly what happened. And Tony taught me two really profound lessons. One, kindness is free. It's free. Yeah? Doesn't matter how much money you have. Doesn't matter what color you are. Doesn't matter what religion you are. Kindness is free. You get to choose how you show up. Imperfectly, right? No one's perfect. Second thing he taught me was that the truest of wealth is in our hearts, not in our wallets. Again, I'm not saying give away all your money, right? But what I am saying is that the truest of wealth is in here. It's how we show up. It's how we make our employees feel. It's how we make our customers feel. It's how we show up when no one is watching. That is the truest of wealth. And that is why you and I, even though we don't know each other for long, are connected. Because I sense your heart. Yeah, I sense it. And that's a beautiful thing. Like people sometimes say to me, Leon, how on earth can you go around the world and connect with people who you've never met before in your life and get them to put you up in their house? And how do you do that? And the way I do it is I don't speak to their minds. I talk to their hearts. I bypass their minds and I talk directly to their hearts. And when you live in that zone, you are living in the zone of, and many of us can do this, right? You are living in the Mandela zone. You are living in the MLK zone. You are living in the Gandhi zone, right? Now, people like Mandela, Gandhi, and MLK were doing it up here constantly, or as constantly as they could. People like me are living in the Mandela zone, time to time, right?
Little up, little
exactly, exactly. So the aim is to live up here as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, I can completely agree with that because I'm the kind of person that draws so much more joy from helping others than helping myself. And I know that you're much the same. So I think we're simpatico in that regard. So in terms of kindness as, as a precept, how would you say that, the people who are listening today, if they walk away from this conversation, how can they put kindness into action in simple ways in their life?
Well, I'm going to answer that, but before I answer that, I'm going to say something else.
Sure.
I know a few of the people who are on this call, the caliber of the person on this call, and I want everyone to remind themselves of the power that they have to influence the world. Okay, because people who deal with brands, people who deal with campaigns, people that put content out there that touches lives, you have a choice. Do you put content out there that truly touches a life, authentically touches a life? Because if you do, you're changing the world in a positive way. If you put content out there that doesn't come from an authentic place, that doesn't change the fabric of someone's humanity, then you're in some ways wasting the power and the influence that you truly have. You truly have it. And I don't say this every day. I'm saying it today because we're on the phone, on the call with influential people that have the potential to change not just people's lives, but cultures and societies. So when anyone tells you that you don't have that power to do that, they are not telling you the truth. because you do. 100% you do. So what was the question?
Just in terms of, and you sort of answered it, but maybe let's go a step further. If you're maybe somebody who's watching the show that doesn't see themselves as particularly kind, that knows that they could do better, what would be some of your steps towards a better actualization of kindness?
Okay, so one doesn't need to go around the world in a yellow motorbike. One doesn't need to go from Alaska to Argentina in a yellow Beetle. All one needs to do is to make a commitment, a personal commitment, to show up moment to moment with compassion, moment to moment, however imperfectly. Like I told you the story about Starbucks. I went to Starbucks. I clearly wasn't in a good mood. And I was like, ooh, you're the kindness guy. You can't do this. Act with some compassion. Act with some empathy. That was a moment to moment thing. As you know, Chris, you and I share a love of dogs, right? And I had a Boston Terrier called Winston Churchill. And he has a sister called Margaret Thatcher. They hate each other, but whatever.
So fitting for a brand.
Yeah, exactly. And I noticed how kind I was to Winston. I noticed how patient I was to Winston. And in that moment, I was like, what would happen if I treated you the same way that I treated him? And an epiphany, a light bulb went off. And for 7 days, I did just that. I gave Winnie love to you, the same Winnie love I gave to him. And it was crystal clear. It's a choice. You get to choose. If Tony, the homeless man, can be kind with nothing, then you and I and the rest of the people on this call have no excuse. Yeah. But again, I don't want anyone to leave this call and be like, yeah, I heard the Englishman speak and he told me I had to be perfect. I'm not saying that. If I gave you the telephone number of my girlfriend, she would tell you how imperfect I am, right? But I am saying you commit to your jobs, you commit to your families. What about committing to how you show up? And that was the change that happened to me.
Interesting. So you were talking earlier about how what kind of got you to become the kindness guy was this darkness, this emptiness that you felt. Now you are the kindness guy. Do you still ever feel that way? And if you do, what do you do to combat it?
Chris, I do feel that way sometimes. 100%. Right? You can go onto my Instagram and sometimes I'll share how I feel. And there were bad, dark times, right? I mean, look, we're all living through a once in 100-year pandemic. Yeah, we've kind of got used to it, but really, are we used to it? Are we used to not being able to leave our houses? Are we used to not being able to have dinner with someone? So there were many moments when I feel down, many moments. Yet I remember the words of Winston Churchill: never, never, never give up. I remember when he said, when you find yourself walking through hell, keep walking. And I never stop. And there are times when I can't get out of bed, right? And I'm like, okay, you can't get out of bed. Will you get out of bed at some point? Yes. Fine. No worries. Stay in bed. Yeah. So yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And then surrounding yourself with good people helps. Surround yourself with people you can share with. Going to therapy, writing, journaling, reading, watching inspiring movies. Although literally I'm so fed up of Netflix by now. I've literally watched the entire
I think I reached the
catalog of Netflix. Yeah. But don't tell them I said that because they'll cancel my show.
My wife and I last night, I just scroll, like doom scroll basically. And I told her, you know what our every night is? It's me going through the entire scroll, realizing there's nothing I want to watch, and then going to bed.
I get
Sad
it.
effect of the pandemic.
I get it.
Well, on a more positive note, we're about to open it up to questions from the audience. But before I do, I want to know for you personally, and professionally, in this upcoming 2021 that has so much promise, what are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to going back out into the world and sitting in a Starbucks and drinking my coffee, right? But more importantly, what I am looking forward to is reminding people of their humanity, reminding people that they have the power to affect change. I tell people, you can change the world. And I see their eyes rolling. Here's another Englishman speaker telling me I can change the world. But the truth is that all we need to do to change the world is touch one life. And that's what my teacher did for me all those years ago. And I'll finish with saying, when I talked about the people on this call having power, you have power to not just change one life. You have power to change hundreds of thousands of lives. Because if you open up that portal to show people their humanity, things will change. And you can do it in a fun way that touches lives. It doesn't have to be done preachily. It can be done in a fun, heart-centered way. You have the power to change the world, because all you have to do is change one life.
I love that. All right, so I'm going to open it up to some questions from our audience here. I have one that says, I'm an aspiring writer, but I'm not particularly good at writing. You're a best-selling author. Can you give me some tips as to how to get that started?
So with one of my first books, it took me like a month to write 3 pages. Yeah. And then I read in a book that what you need to do is you need to write a puke draft, where you just need to write it all. Don't worry about the grammar. Don't worry about what you're saying. No one's going to read it, right? And once you've done that puke draft, you've got it out, you've got all your insides out onto the paper, you can then go back and edit it. And know that you don't have to be the world's greatest writer to get a book out there, because there are editors. Like, if you think that the magic of my books is all me, you'd be wrong, because it's not, right? I'll do what I do. I'll give it to my editor. She'll come back with something where I'll be like, you're a genius. Yeah. So you don't have to worry about doing it all yourself. Get it out on a puke draft, do the best you can do, find an editor, work with them. And as long as your heart is on the paper, you can create something beautiful.
I love that. Next question. Who inspires you with their kindness? Talking maybe about celebrities or people, public figures.
I would say Muhammad Ali. And I will tell you why. Because Muhammad Ali was a man of service, a man of love, a good man, not a perfect man. No one is. But many people say, I can't be kind. And I'm like, why not? Oh, because I'll be weak, because someone will crush me. I won't get I won't get a job. They'll think that, whatever, all these things. And I tell them the story of Muhammad Ali. And I say, how many of you would mess with Muhammad Ali? And they're all like, okay, I get it. And when I do the speeches, I show a picture of Ali knocking someone out. And the purpose of that is kindness is not weakness. It is one of your greatest strengths. And if Muhammad Ali can be kind and still be strong, then why can't I? And why can't you?
I love that. Okay, another question here. Have you thought about doing a movie?
It's interesting. I had an opportunity a while back to do a movie of the Kindness Diaries, and it just didn't feel right in that moment. But if there's anyone that knows Steven Spielberg, send him to me, because now I'm ready.
You'll do an exact copy of the Motorcycle Diaries, but with you in it.
Exactly. Oh, that's funny, actually. I should do that. I should superimpose my head with one of my best friend's head on the movie, the entire movie.
Yep. Have you ever worried that the Motorcycle Diaries are going to come after you for IP or anything like that?
You know, it's funny because I actually have someone that works with us who knows Granado, the actor who played Che's best friend, and he wrote a little thing for me on a postcard, on a poster.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think they will. But you never know. Now, who knows? Maybe they will.
I also have to point out the amazing irony of the fact that he went on to be a rebel killer and you went on to be the Go Be Kind guy.
I know. It's funny. Sometimes I get in trouble for that, but that's why I always say a romanticized version of Che Guevara's trip.
That's a good savings. All right. Well, this has been super fun. I believe we are out of time. Before you go, I want to do a couple of call outs just so our audience knows how to find you. So you have a site called gobekind.org. This leads to your personal website. You are at The Kindness Guy on Instagram and on Facebook. And if anybody wants to actually get right into the head of you and speak to you personally, they can email you at leon@createdbywinston.com. Did I get all that right?
You got it all right. And I would love to speak to anyone on this call. I'd love to, my mission is to share my heart with as many people as possible. And sometimes in order to do that, you need to partner up with people that feel the same way and have the ability to change the world.
Well, I'm personally thankful for having the opportunity to know you, and I look forward to a lot more adventures together with you. Thank you so much for taking your time today.
And don't forget the dog date with Archie and your dog.
Yes, we are definitely doing that. Looking forward to seeing you in person very soon.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Leon.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.